I grew up in a small town in northern Minnesota, the kind of place where the woods start right at the edge of your backyard and stretch on forever. My family wasn't big on technology, so my childhood was mostly spent outside, building forts, climbing trees, and running wild until the sun went down. I was about 10 when my dad decided I was old enough for my first solo camping trip. Not far, just past the creek behind our house, maybe a mile or two in. I'd camped plenty of times before with him and my older brothers, but this was a test, a way to prove I could handle myself. He helped me pack a small tent, a sleeping bag, and just enough food for a night. I wasn't scared. If anything, I was excited. I remember hiking in with no trouble, picking a spot in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The trees were thick enough to block most of the sky, but there was still enough moonlight filtering through that I could see without a flashlight. I set up camp, ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and crawled into my sleeping bag feeling pretty proud of myself. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up. Not to a sound exactly, more like the absence of sound. The woods are never quiet, not even at night. There's always crickets, owls, rustling of leaves and the wind. But when I opened my eyes, it was dead silent. But then I heard something. I heard someone breathing. It creeped me out because it didn't sound particularly close, but it wasn't far away either. Why could I hear it? Somewhere in the trees, just beyond my line of sight, was something. Something making slow, deliberate inhales and exhales, like whatever it was wanted to be heard. My first thought was a bear. My dad had told me what to do in that situation. Stay still, don't make sudden movements, let it pass. But then, between those heavy breaths, I heard something else. A voice. It was quiet. Almost a whisper, but clear enough that I could make out the words. I see you. Every hair on my body stood up. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it. I told myself it's gotta be the wind, maybe even a dream, so I pinched myself. But then, just as I started to believe it could be a dream, the voice came again, closer. Come out now. I shot up, heart pounding so hard I thought that I might shake the tent. I wanted to run, but every part of me screamed, don't move. The zipper on my tent was just inches away, but I couldn't bring myself to reach for it. Then the breathing stopped, and the forest came back to life. Crickets, wind, the distant hoot of an owl, like someone had just flipped a switch. I sat there, frozen, until the first hint of dawn crept through the trees. Only then did I finally gather the courage to unzip the tent and step outside. Nothing was there. No footprints, no broken branches, just the woods, looking the same as they always had. I packed up my things and hiked back home without stopping once. My dad asked how it went. I told him it was fine. I asked him if he'd paid me a visit. He looked at me, confused. I never mentioned the voice. I still don't know what I heard that night. I have spent plenty of time in the woods since then, but I've never camped alone again. Sometimes even now, when I wake up in the middle of the night, if it's silent, it's eerie to me. I need noise. I just think about the slow, deliberate breathing just outside my tent. A few years ago, I took a solo camping trip to Joshua Tree. I wanted to clear my head and spend a night under the stars, maybe take some long exposure shots of the Milky Way. I'd been to the park a few times before, but never alone. I didn't feel like it was the kind of place that you should be by yourself. Something about the land felt too old, too aware. But there I was. I set up my camp in a secluded area, away from the main roads, just me, my tent, in the expanse of boulders stretching in every direction. It was beautiful in the way that only a desert can be, silent, endless, untouched. That first night I was sitting by the fire when I heard something. A sound carried in the wind, low and distant, almost like a voice. It wasn't words exactly, more like a hum or a chant rolling through the rocks. I turned off my lantern, listening. The fire crackled, but beyond that, nothing. Just the desert breathing. I chalked it up to the wind playing tricks and went to bed. At some point in the night, I was uncomfortable. I woke up. No noise, no reason, but I had that feeling like someone was standing outside my tent. I stayed still, listening. Then, crunch. Footsteps. I reached for my flashlight and unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. The moon was bright, casting deep shadows against the boulders. But there was nothing. The feeling, though, it remained. Not just watched. I was being studied. I didn't sleep much after that. The next morning, I decided to do a short hike before heading out. There was a rock formation a little ways from camp. It looked like a good spot to climb, maybe get some photos. As I walked, I kept catching movement in my peripheral vision. Light flashes of something darting between the rocks. Every time I turned my head, there was nothing. And then I found the carvings. They were deep into the stone, spirals and symbols worn down by time, but unmistakable. They weren't the type of symbols that you'd see on marked trails. These felt wrong, too sharp, too fresh. A gust of wind rushed past me, carrying the same hum from the night before. Only now it was closer to me. I turned, and just for a second, I saw something standing between the rocks. Tall, thin, its body blending into the stone, like it was part of it. Its head tilted slightly, as if curious, watching me. I blinked, and it was gone. I didn't stick around to investigate. I walked and then ran back to camp, packed up, and left. I don't know what I saw. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the desert heat was messing with me, but as I drove away, I glanced in my rearview mirror, and for the briefest moment, I swear I could see something standing there again. Either way, that feeling, I didn't like it. I haven't had that same feeling at that park before, so I'm glad I got out of there. I grew up in Oregon, and if you've ever spent time in the thick of its forests, you know how easy it is to lose yourself in them. It's not just the trees, though they're dense enough to swallow the sun. It's the way the land itself seems to shift, how familiar trails suddenly feel foreign, how silence settles in like a living thing. I was 16 the summer that it happened. My best friend Jay and I had hiked out to a secluded lake, deep in the woods near the Three Sisters Wilderness. It wasn't an official campsite, just a spot that we'd heard about from Jay's older brother, a hidden gem, he called it. We figured we'd spend the night out there, away from everything. No cell service, no noise, just the lake, the trees, and the two of us. I recall it being basically a perfect day, warm but not too hot. The kind of Oregon summer afternoon where the air smells like pine and earth, but you're not really breaking a sweat. Where the water is so still it looks like glass. And that's where we decided to set up camp, swam in the lake, built a small fire as the sun went down. And then that's when things got strange. It started with the sounds, a low hum like distant machinery, vibrating through the trees. Jay noticed it first. "You hear that?" he asked. His voice was hushed. I did hear it, but it wasn't just a sound. It was a feeling. a pressure in the air that made my skin prickle. We tried to laugh it off and chalk it up to some weird natural phenomena. And then the woods went silent. Everything stopped. Just an unnatural, suffocating stillness. And then the lights appeared. Not in the sky like a plane or a star, but in the trees. Small, flickering orbs, pale, bluish white, weaving between the trunks like fireflies, but moving with intent, intelligence. Jay grabbed my arm. Dude, we gotta go. I was about to agree when I noticed something even worse. The fire. We'd built it up just moments ago, fed it dry wood, watched it crackle and spit embers into the night. But now, it was nothing but a pile of cold ash, like it had burned out hours ago. That's when the fear hit. We grabbed our packs, doused the remnants of the fire, though there was nothing left to put out, and we took off. The trail back should have been easy to follow. We'd marked trees, left a few clues to guide our way, but none of it was there. The path twisted in ways that it hadn't before. Trees we didn't recognize pressing in on all sides. The humming sound returned, louder now, buzzing behind our ears. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was morning. We were standing on the side of the dirt road, less than a mile from where we'd parked. The sun was up, the birds were singing, and Jay was shaking, staring at his phone. It was Sunday. We'd left for the lake on Friday. An entire day and a half gone. We never really talked about it after that, not really. What was there to say? People disappear in the woods all the time. Some come back, some don't. I guess we were lucky. At least I think we were. But there's still something so unsettling about losing time. Time you'll never get back, and time that you can't really explain. I've got 3 shorter stories for you from my days as a trucker. Now, they're all different, so I've labeled them as such. The first, creepiest. Driving I-40 to I-30 through Texas and Arkansas. I would see what looked like animals or faces popping out of the bushes, but longer than a glance proved that nothing was there. They had just paved the highway. There was hardly any traffic. I was dead tired. It was super dark. Highway hypnosis, I suppose. But I've never really believed that. I guess this next one I would consider paranormal. When I switched to local driving, my route ran near an air reserve base in Indiana, so you'd see planes and helicopters pretty often. One night, about 2 a.m., I was headed to pick up another load when I saw a bright green light in the corner of my windshield. It was too low to be an aircraft. It moved pretty slowly, then darted, and I lost sight of it behind some trees that I drove by. And my last one, it's just batshit crazy. And it's the one that happened the longest time ago. Driving south on I-75 in the winter in Ohio, I witnessed a compact car like a Cobalt or something get on the on-ramp to merge into I-70 North, and they lost control. They went sideways, fell at least 6 feet off the ramp, went onto the shoulder of the interstate, landing on all 4 wheels. Spun 360 degrees, and then proceeded to merge into traffic like it was fucking nothing. Blew my fucking mind. The CB radio was going nuts for about 5 minutes. Holy shit, who else just fucking saw that, etc. It was batshit crazy. I was 7 when my parents moved us into a New Hampshire townhouse. My brother, David, was 5. We made friends with a little girl around the same age and thought she was a neighbor. We'd play in my room or in the backyard, but any time our mom came around, the girl disappeared. We spoke of her enough that our parents considered her an imaginary friend. One day, the girl asked David to walk her home. Mom saw him leaving and caught him just before he made it to the street. They didn't think our imaginary friend was so cute after that. A few days later, we moved out with no explanation. Earlier this year, Mom confessed that she and Dad had woken up to see a little girl standing at the foot of their bed. Only she had a severely burned face, and most of her skin was peeling off. Eventually, she faded into a cloud of black smoke that smelled like death. They didn't even go back to sleep. Once they could move again, they started packing. Years ago, we moved our family from Indiana to New Hampshire. My husband at the time had already started a new job there, so my mother came from Ohio to help me with the move. My 3 daughters, 6, 8, and 10, like most children would be, were sad to leave their friends behind, but they were also curious. What exciting new adventures might lie ahead in a move so far away? The house was clean, the moving van left, so we packed 3 children, Mama, me, and a couple of suitcases. We also had a calm terrier, a styrofoam cooler with sandwiches and milk, and a howling cat, all into our Toyota station wagon. Even with the back seat folded down, it was crammed pretty tight. I should probably mention that it was night, the dead of winter, and snowing like gangbusters as we headed east on the interstate toward New Hampshire. 2 hours down the road, it was snowing so hard I couldn't see the lines on the road, and at times, the road either. My wipers struggled with the heavy snow on the windshield. Driving very slowly, I was relieved to get behind an 18-wheeler, and I kept my eyes on his tail lights, the red guiding me. When he turned off at one of the exits, Mama and I decided that we had no business being on the road in that kind of weather either. It was really late, and at that point, snowing so hard the wipers had all but given up. I couldn't see the road anymore at all. My only clue was the faint glow of our headlights as they lit up the mile markers to the right of the road. A mile further down, I took an exit which promised several motels. I drove to the front door of the first one that we came to. I stopped, took a deep breath, relieved to be off the road. I was about to turn off the car when Carrie, my oldest, said, "Mommy, we can't stay here. There's a fire coming. This motel will burn down and we'll die." Mama and I looked at each other. We looked at the well-lit, snow-covered building, part of a famous motel chain. We assured her that all was well, that there was no fire, but there was no placating her. She was adamant. Mama leaned over and whispered, "Pick your battles, honey." And I agreed. It wasn't worth the aggravation of an argument. I drove on down the street to the next motel, just a few blocks away. We got a room for what was left of the night. In the morning, we were greeted by a sunny day. The snow had stopped and it covered everything. It was beautiful, like a Norman Rockwell painting. After a nice continental breakfast, compliments of the motel, we re-crammed ourselves, the suitcases, the cooler, the dog, the howling cat, back into the Toyota to resume our long drive to New Hampshire. As we passed the first motel from the night before, we were stunned. Sometime during the night, the motel had burned to the ground. I was 16 and a passenger in my then-boyfriend's car, who was 18. We were out driving late at night in a heavy rainstorm when he pulled into a petrol station to refuel the car. It was raining heavily. There was thunder, lightning, and the storm was well underway. Now, in the UK, petrol stations are well maintained, but as I sat there, I saw water dripping down the pillar from between the thick metal sheeting that made up the roof. This heavy feeling came over me as I watched that water dripping down, and I just knew that the roof was going to collapse. I opened the door because my boyfriend was still fueling the car, and I asked him to move the car before he went and paid for his fuel. He initially refused and looked at me like I was mad. I pleaded with him to please move the car, and when he again refused, I became angry and said if he didn't move the car, I was getting out and I was going to wait at the edge of the forecourt in the rain by myself. He was annoyed, but he moved the car and went inside to pay. As he came and got back in the car, he asked me what was that all about, and I said to him, "That roof is going to collapse." He looked at it again, as I did, and it appeared sturdy to him. There was nothing to suggest it was unsafe. Still, I knew it was going to collapse. As he pulled out of the station, the sound of heavy metal sheets falling and crashing to the ground could be heard behind us. He braked and looked in the mirror, and I shifted my seat to look behind us. Right there, where I had been sitting, the metal sheet had fallen and was hanging down directly where I'd have sat if I'd still been in the car. The car would have been written off, and I for sure would not have survived the weight of the metal sheets, which would have shattered the windscreen and pierced me in the chest. I'll never forget the look on his face as he turned to me and said, "Oh my God, I'll never question or doubt you again." My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken. He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore, and back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitor parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone, but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. "Golf game?" he said. Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch before doing some grocery shopping, topping off the car with fuel and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. I've been held against my will twice. The first time it happened to me was when I ran into an ex at a department store. He seemed so happy to see me. We chatted for a while in the store and then went our separate ways. I was walking to my car when I felt eyes on me and looked around. I was confused to see my ex's motorcycle was now parked by my car, and he was standing there staring at me. I felt a little uncomfortable but waved bye to him. However, it seemed he took this as a come over instead. As he walked over to me, he was laughing and saying it must be fate that we ran into each other again in the parking lot. I wasn't so sure about that, but smiled and said it was good to see him again, but that I had to get going. He looked disappointed. I started to get into my car and he asked me to wait. I got back out, turned around and looked at him. He said he had actually just gotten an apartment around the corner and really would like me to come over and see it. If I came over, it would also give us a chance to catch up some more. I said I really needed to get going. He looked around for a minute and then said that he thought he had some items of mine still and that he wanted to give them back. I knew that he had taken some of my CDs when we had split. The thought of getting them back was appealing to me, so, against my better judgment, I said okay. We went into his apartment, where he took my coat and bag. I was a little uncomfortable with him taking my bag, but thought maybe he was just trying to be polite. He then gave me the tour. It was a nice place, but I didn't have a chance to tell him that, because he was talking a mile a minute and saying he was so excited to have me there. We sat down on the couch next to each other, where he kept talking about his life. I sat there listening, but wondering when he would get my stuff so I could leave. Finally, he stopped to take a breath, and I asked him about the stuff he had mentioned. He seemed displeased that I'd brought it up. He sat there for a while longer, and then he leaned in, closer to me. I was surprised when he reached out and grabbed my hands, attempting to kiss me. I pulled back and stared at him. I said, "Bruce, this isn't going to happen." He started going on and on about how he knew we'd get back together and how he was not going to let me go this time. I started shaking my head no to what he was saying, which seemed to make him more upset. At one point, he started yelling at me about how he'd been a mess and too young to handle us, but he'd grown up now. He said he deserved another chance to prove it to me, that there was still something there. I was speechless. We'd always had a rocky relationship. The final straw was when he cheated on me with one of my best friends after we'd had a bad fight, so I had zero interest in getting back together. I started to repeat myself that it was not going to happen. When he jumped up off the couch and started pacing around the room, he was getting cagey, like an animal, telling me I couldn't say no, that I couldn't leave until he got a yes. He walked out of the room, and I looked at the door. I could make a break for it, but he had my wallet, my phone, my bag. I was still feeling like an idiot for being there when he came back. I could see when he came back, he was holding a gun in his hand. He kept walking back and forth, now in front of me on the couch. He said nothing had been right in his life since the day that I'd gone, and that he wasn't going to lose me again. I opened my mouth, and he grabbed the phone sitting on the table and threw it at the wall. It broke apart, and I just stared at him. At this point, I had a very bad feeling. I watched him continue to walk around, and I could feel his anger and frustration. I'd never seen someone look so desperate, and that was not good. He finally sat down in a chair across from me. He laid the gun down on the table near him. He was a really good-looking guy. All my girlfriends had thought I was crazy when I broke up with him the first time. I tried to explain that he was unstable, but no one listened to me. He'd worn me down after that first breakup and cycle of makeup, and then the breakup had started again. I'd finally gotten free from him, though, and it had been 2 years since I'd seen him. I sat there looking at him. My mind was having a hard time rationalizing how this cute guy with this innocent look to him was now holding me against my will, essentially having kidnapped me. As I was staring at him, I could see he was trying to get a hold of himself. He finally laughed, said that he was sorry that he was acting so nuts, but that he just couldn't let me leave. He needed me back in his life, and he would never hurt me again. I looked at him and then the gun. He shook his head and said if he used that on anyone, it would be himself. I didn't know what to say to that. I was really having an out-of-body experience. I felt like I was someone else, watching all of this take place. I looked at the clock and realized I'd been there for about 6 hours. I hadn't moved and had hardly said anything. I looked at him and forced myself to smile, which he then smiled. I said, "Okay, Okay, we can try again. You're right, there is still something here. I'll stay with you. You don't need to hurt yourself or anyone else, but if this is going to work, you're going to need to trust me. I really need to get to class. Folks are gonna wonder where I am, and I don't want to tell anyone about this since we're getting back together. But I'll come back because you're right. We can make this work. He got up and walked over to me. He grabbed my hands and pulled me up. He wrapped me in his arms and hugged me. I soon felt tears hitting my neck as he started crying. He just kept saying, "Thank you," and "I love you so much. You'll see things will be different. I have my shit together now." I nodded my head and asked him if he could get my stuff. He said yes and walked away, but he kept looking back at me. I assume he was still making sure I was there. He handed me my things and I said, "Okay, I'll be back later." And he kissed me. I barely kissed him back. As soon as I got out the front door, I ran down the stairs and out of the building. I jumped in my car and never looked back. He called nonstop for a while after that, but I didn't answer. He came by my house and I never answered. Finally, he was gone. However, over the years, he has reached out to my friends, family members, trying to contact me a few times. Believe it or not, he still doesn't have himself together. He's been married many times, has several children, was homeless, and had a few successful businesses and then lost them. I look back and see my time with him. It was one big scary roller coaster ride, and I was glad to get off. My advice to anyone who's broken up with someone like that is don't go back. Don't meet them anywhere. Just let sleeping dogs lie. And if you're kidnapped, keep calm and try to find out what the person wants. Talking to the kidnapper can sometimes help, like in my case. Might even save a life or two. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear and assured me that the death angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." For my college screenwriting class, we were split into groups of 4 students each for a group project. The assignment was to select a myth or legend to base a 10 to 15 page screenplay on. My group thought it would be interesting to choose a cryptid for the project, rather than a well-known historical myth or legend. Our teacher cleared us for the idea, and we started brainstorming. Of course, we didn't want to do the most well-known cryptids like the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot, so we started looking up lesser-known ones. One of the ones that somebody pitched was known as the knot deer, also known as the night deer in some cases. According to people's stories, it looked almost exactly like a large deer, but something felt horribly off. It was only when they drove away that they realized what was specifically wrong about it. Still, even before they understood exactly what was going on, every story mentioned the overwhelming sense of wrongness. To quote someone else's personal account, "It was a deer in the way that a graveyard is a playground. You can treat it as such, I guess, but it won't feel the same." Lo and behold, after a bit of research, I found that it was located in North Carolina. Not only that, but it was just over an hour away. Just about every written or publicized story of the knot deer supposedly took place in Boone, North Carolina, and its surrounding areas. I informed the group of what I discovered, and being as spontaneous as I am, told them that I'd be driving out to the location that very night. I figured I probably wouldn't come across anything, even though I was legitimately curious. At the very least, it was something interesting to do, and I'd be able to accurately describe the location and ambiance of the area to the main screenwriter. I wasn't able to convince the other 3 members of the group to go with me. They all had their legitimate reasons. And since I made the decision to go so suddenly, I understood why none of them wanted to go with me on the trip. Still, I had nothing else to do that night, and I'd been itching for more travel ever since the entire pandemic started. I filled my roommate in on everything and asked if he wanted to go with me. At first, he told me that he would just consider it, but as I was getting ready to go, he told me that he decided to tag along. One of his main reasons for doing so was that he felt like he had to go with me. I shrugged it off, not thinking much of what he said. After filling up my car with some extra gas and buying a couple of snacks for the road, I plugged Boone, North Carolina into my GPS and headed out. My roommate and I were pretty relaxed for the majority of the ride there. We joked around, listened to all sorts of music through the radio and CD player, and had some of whatever snacks we'd brought earlier. Eventually, we got close to Boone. That's when we started to feel like something was off. It wasn't a feeling strong enough to make us turn around, but it was worth mentioning to each other. When we got into the city, it was just about what we had imagined. Gas stations, car dealerships, dollar stores, and small cafes. All of them were closed at that time, with the time of arrival in Boone being around 9-10 p.m. But all of them were well lit and unintimidating. My roommate told me that we should probably head back around 9:30, and that he'd let me know when that time came around. I agreed with him since I didn't want to spend too long searching for an experience. Needless to say, when we didn't come across anything by 9:30, he decided to let us keep going for another half hour. The clock in my car's dash had been broken for a while now, and I couldn't look at my phone while I was driving, so I was totally reliant on him for the time. Had I known that we were going to be driving in the area past 9:30, I probably would have mentioned it and turned around sooner. Had I done that, I would have completely missed the experience we ended up having. I'm still unsure whether or not that would have been a good thing. We ended up in Tennessee by 9:50. That's when things started to get bad. At this point, we rarely came across any other cars on the highway. We took the first exit we saw and ended up driving along more mountainous, forested roads. This meant that there were lots of tall, dark trees and almost no streetlights, twisting roads that forced you to slow down. My roommate said that he started to feel bad about the whole situation, and I agreed wholeheartedly. Still, there was nowhere to turn, so we continued going straight since that was really the only option for the time being. A few different times we got a serious sense of dread. but usually that feeling disappeared by the time we got onto the next section of the road. There were a couple of times that the both of us had started to tear up, not because we were sad or upset, but because it felt so wrong to be there, like it was somewhere we weren't supposed to be. The feeling of dread was very particular, too. It wasn't feeling bad in the sense of depression or anxiety. The best way to describe it is a sense of wrongness. It seemed to come in waves, not sticking around for a long time, but not going away entirely either. By this point, my GPS had stopped working entirely. Both my roommate's phone and my phone said they had full bars, but mine simply refused to connect to anything. Luckily, his GPS was still working fine, so he plugged in the directions for home. It continued taking us down that road for a while longer. The area started to become much more forested as we went on, and the road started to twist and turn much more than it had before. Basically, we had come across the exact area where you'd expect a monster to be. And we started to feel really, really bad. I don't think I can express the feeling well enough with words, but it was the worst we had felt so far. We knew something wasn't right. We both felt like we weren't supposed to be there. We felt like we needed to get out. Since my roommate started getting truly spooked, that put me on edge even more, since he never gets scared of anything. There wasn't much we could do about it, though. The GPS still wanted us to follow the road, so we both awaited its next directions, eager to get on the highway back home. The sense of dread still came and went with every other segment of road we crossed. Eventually, the GPS wanted us to turn. My roommate told me to turn right on that road. I knew he meant to turn right onto the road and follow it straight ahead. But for some reason, I figured we should just turn around and backtrack. I started slowing down, and we both started to feel seriously bad. Like things were very wrong and something was about to happen bad. It was the worst we had felt along the entire trip so far. My roommate said my eyes were glazed over as I kept saying something along the lines of, I just need to turn around right here. I just need to turn around right here. Over and over. The more I said it, the quieter I got, until I was almost at a whisper. Keep in mind that I am normally a fairly loud person, and I had been loud the entire drive up until this point. I pulled off onto a gravel dip on the side of the road. Along the gravel dip was a thin chicken wire fence, shiny and silver. Back on the road behind us was a wall of dirt and rock. We were surrounded by tall, dark trees that blocked most of the night sky. Even with the headlights on, it was difficult to see very far ahead. My roommate said, very forcefully, that we couldn't stop and that we needed to keep going because he felt seriously bad. But I wasn't listening to him. I wasn't quite processing what he was saying. And for some reason, I was having a difficult time hearing him at all. After he realized he wasn't getting through to me, he broke into a literal shout and told me that we had to get out of there because we could not stop and we could not go back that way. It took him using his road rage yell to snap me out of it and get me to speed down the road. The only word I can use to describe what I felt in that moment was absolute terror. Even as I was slowing down, I felt it get worse and worse until it was almost overwhelming. I only realized that after we'd gotten out of the area and back onto the highway. As we passed through the area and started getting into the city again, the looming sense of dread started to fade away,
By the time we got back onto the main highway, we felt safe again. But in the moment that I pulled off onto the gravel dip on the road, where I had almost stopped the car entirely, that was the most terrifying experience I've ever had in my life. I would bet my life savings that had we turned around, we would have seen something we never wanted to. Both of us admitted to tearing up as we drove off from the spot. I was much more shaken up than my roommate was, and it took me a little while to fully process what had actually happened. I think it's safe to say, even though I didn't explicitly see anything for myself, I found exactly what I was looking for. I had a nightmare about the house I used to live in, which brought up some unlocked memories and questions. When I was younger, there was a monster in my closet. In the middle of the night, said monster would attempt to open my closet door. Some days it was successful, and the door would creep open, while other days it wasn't so successful, and out of anger, it would bang on my closet door. It, quite frankly, terrified the hell out of me, to the point where I would sneak into my parents' room and sleep on the floor. I tried to tell my parents, but they didn't believe me and brushed it off as silly little kid fears. It wasn't until my sister played the Ouija board in the room that all hell broke loose. On the night my sister played the Ouija, my mother claims to have seen a portal open in her room. She said an unidentified face came out of the portal and let out a scream of agony. The house was never the same after that. There was so much paranormal activity that we went to different religions to try to cleanse that house. One of the people that we hired told my father to dig up the ghost's grave, which was in the back of our house, and burn the bones. The bones didn't burn, so he was told to throw them in the ocean at night. Later that night, my father attempted to throw the bones in the ocean, and I kid you not, the ocean did not want those freaking bones. With every step that my father took forward, the ocean seemed to step away to the point where he was so far out that I could barely make out his figure. But he managed to throw them in, and everything at home relaxed, until it didn't. We thankfully managed to move out, but my question is, why throw bones in the ocean? Has anyone ever witnessed a shadow person and a living person interacting or working together? From 2004 to 2007, my best friend Katie and I worked at a small family-owned seafood restaurant in Winchester Bay, Oregon. In 2006, we were invited by the cook and a small group of regulars to come to a bonfire on the bay to watch the fireworks with them on the 4th of July. Thinking it sounded interesting and having no other plans, we agreed to come. Upon arrival, we find the boys drinking next to a huge fire situated in a large clearing-type strip of grass. There's a ton of regulations about burning in Oregon because of the risks of wildfires that can burn out of control very quickly. So this huge grassy area was perfect, especially since they had created a secure fire pit before lighting anything. This grassy stretch was surrounded on 3 sides with dense thickets of evergreens. There was one wide, clearly defined trail that led through the trees to the water's edge and a gravel parking area behind us. Being 20 years old, we weren't opposed to drinking, but we didn't really know these men that well, so we decided to stay sober and just enjoy the fire and the upcoming show in the sky, just in case they started acting inappropriately. After chatting for a bit, the guys decide they want to partake in an herbal smoking session. Katie and I say no thanks, and the boys head off into the trees to puff the chiba. Katie and I are standing alone by the fire, just vibing and enjoying the evening. Suddenly, I get this strange sensation, and my eyes keep wandering to a specific area of the tree line. It's a crawling sensation, which I'm trying to ignore, but I can't help myself. I just keep glancing over. After a minute or two, an older woman comes walking out of the trees. She was not on or near the trail. This tiny woman had walked through an area of thick undergrowth in the pitch black. She was short and looked frail, although it was hard to tell if she was dressed in layers of raggedy long skirts or dresses and had several shawls or blankets wrapped around her shoulders, like a human ragbag. She was hunched over and walking slowly, as if she were older and her joints were bothering her. She was a little over 100 yards away, and it was twilight, so I couldn't make out her face or features, just her outfit, which, I'm not gonna lie, was pretty creepy. Figuring she was a homeless person who deserved some respect and sympathy, I tried not to stare. However, when I looked over at Katie, she was watching this woman too. The woman had a force or vibe about her that made it hard not to watch her. She gave off the feeling of a wild animal in your house, when you know it's probably not too dangerous, but you have to keep your eyes on it, just in case it becomes aggressive before you can get it out, if that makes sense. A feeling of unease that I kept trying to shake. Katie turns to me and asks if I'm seeing this. I reply yes. She's probably just a homeless person, poor lady. Katie responds by telling me that the woman is giving her a weird feeling, and that it makes her skin crawl to the point that Katie feels she shouldn't look away. This validation of my misgivings is not comforting. Katie and I stand in silence, watching the woman make her slow, tottering way along the tree line to our front left. I am still feeling bad for staring, and I'm going through all the reasons in my head that I'm an idiot for worrying about a decrepit grandmother, even if she does look like a stereotypical witch. Suddenly, the woman comes to a complete stop. Until this moment, she had been looking at the ground. She now stops, raises her head, and looks directly at us. A feeling of dread immediately hits me in the gut. My stomach drops. Her look feels malevolent, even though I still can't make out facial features in the dusk. Then, no shit, this woman raises her left arm and points straight at us, while letting out the most blood-curdling screech I've ever heard in my life. I think my heart stopped beating for a second. Then, and I will have this image in my head until the day I die, right in front of her pointing finger, a silhouette of a human made of what looked like black mist coalesced, a shadow person, the first one I'd ever seen. I don't know if it just appeared or if it actually came from her body. I barely had time to register what I was seeing before the thing flew towards us. It moved so incredibly fast that it blurred and covered about 300 feet in less than 3 seconds. This thing passed directly between me and Katie, on my left and her right. It literally blew my hair back over my shoulder on the side that it rushed past. We spent several seconds in complete shock, staring at each other with bloodless, pale faces. Simultaneously, we both turned to look at the woman. She was no longer looking at us or acknowledging us in any way, but she'd picked up her pace and was doing a hobbling sort of run in the direction she'd originally been headed, eyes on the ground. Katie and I stood in silence, each afraid we might have just gone mad. At first, I was afraid to even ask her if she'd seen that thing, but looking at her face, I knew she had seen something. She finally asked if I'd seen what she just did, because she wasn't sure if it was real. We compared notes and realized that we'd both witnessed the same thing. When I started freaking out about the fact that this thing had been real enough to blow my hair back, she admitted that while she did not experience her hair moving, she had seen my hair blow back as she turned her head to watch it move between us. I have no idea who that woman was or what she sent after us. It looked like a shadow person, but who knows what they even are. And never in my life have I ever heard of a shadow person doing a living person's bidding. And I've looked into it after this experience. I've never seen her again, and I surely never want to. This experience has bothered me for years, and so I bring it to the internet to find out if anyone else has ever witnessed a shadow person and a living person working together. Or to at least get some theories as to what the hell happened that night. I think we saw the shadow thing once more a couple of nights later, but it didn't have a human shape that time, so I'm not sure if it was the same entity, but the timing seemed too coincidental. Thanks for reading and commenting. I'm excited and also feeling a little nervous to hear some theories on this experience. I'm not quite sure how to start a story that's plagued my family for 3 generations, so forgive me if I seem to bounce all over the place. My part of this story begins when I'm 4 or 5 years old. I'm taken care of by my grandparents, and they live in a cute, modest home in California. This home has a beautiful pool. This pool becomes my sanctuary. To this day, I'm still drawn to water. This pool is where my abilities started. I remember a man who would always visit me when I was swimming. The first time I saw him, I was roughly 4 or 5. I was swimming underwater, and I saw legs and feet dangling in the pool, like someone was sitting at the edge with their feet in the water. For some reason, this person still had their shoes on. Shiny black shoes, the kind people wear when they're getting really dressed up. I don't remember talking with him that day, but I saw those shoes often. Even at a young age, I knew that what I was seeing wasn't normal, and that sharing my experiences with family or friends might not be the best idea. I mean, no one else seemed to see him, only me. This man continued to visit me at the poolside for years. I grew to know him as my great-grandfather. He never spoke to me. His mouth never moved. But somehow, information was downloaded from him to me. And that's how I knew he was my great-grandfather. He was a tall, slender man. He always wore the same dark navy blue suit and those shiny black shoes. He had a bit of a receding hairline at the forehead and very white hair. He didn't really have any distinguishable features, except his eyes. His eyes were the most intense blue that I had ever seen, still to this day. When I was 13, my grandparents decided to sell their house and move into a retirement community. While packing things for the move, we run across an old photo album. You know the kind. Black background, cute little corners that go over every picture to hold them in place. Really, really old. My grandmother opened the photo album and started to point at random black and white pictures and tell me who they were. She got to a short, heavy-set man with darker hair. She pointed to him and said, "That is your great-grandfather." I thought, no, it's not, but said nothing. I knew my grandmother was adopted, so I didn't think much about it. Only that my great-grandfather was a tall, slender man with the most intense blue eyes I'd ever seen. I'm not quite sure how old I was when the whole story about my grandmother's adoption really came out, probably in bits and pieces over the years. My grandmother never had any real family, so it always made her kind of bitter and jealous of anyone who did. My grandmother always told the story that she was an infant when she was stolen from an orphanage in Oregon. The people that took her weren't very kind. She often lived on the side of the road in a tent. They were always moving, almost as if they were running from something. She was never a whole person because of the things that she went through as a child. Years go by, and this man continues to visit me. Sometimes I can see him. Sometimes I just know that he's there. He never really says much anymore. Just seems to be here, somewhere, lurking. I start to feel uneasy about him. I'm getting older, and now I have enough knowledge about the spirit world that I believe he wants something. I mean, why is he just always here? Why does even the thought of him send chills so deep inside that my hair stands up all over? Why do I feel scared to turn around to see if something really is behind me? One day, while going through more pictures with my grandmother, something interesting happens. One of those moments in life where everything lines up in one split second. My grandmother is flipping through a stack of framed pictures, and she stops on this hand-colored photograph. It's a plump little old lady, and standing next to her is a slender, tall man in a suit with the most intense blue eyes I'd ever seen. My breath catches in my chest. She points to him and says, "That's your great-grandfather, the man who stole me from the orphanage. His name is Art. He's been dead for years." I'm in total disbelief, but still unwilling to explain. Fast forward to when I was around 18. My grandfather died, and he was my best friend. It changed me forever. It changed my grandmother, too. She became so much more angry, so much more bitter, and so much more judgmental. The once beautiful social butterfly reduced to nothing after losing her husband. She moved to the middle of nowhere and rarely left the house. Dementia started, and she became even harder to deal with. Over the years, I had asked to look at my grandmother's birth certificate, to try to piece all of the puzzle pieces together. She always acted like I was pulling teeth, and like it was insane for me to be interested at all. She was stolen from an orphanage, so there were no adoption records, only a birth certificate that didn't match the name that she ended up with. Her birthdays didn't even match. It was like she was created out of thin air. It always intrigued me. I'm the kind of person who believes it's hard to go anywhere in life when you don't know where you came from. At this point, I'm around 24, have a child of my own, and I would really like to be able to pass down some sort of knowledge about our family to my son if he asks. During a visit up to my grandmother's house, her story comes up in a conversation again, only this time, she acts like it's absolutely no problem to see her birth certificate, and she's shocked that she never let any of us see it. Good old dementia. She goes to the back bedroom and comes out with the oldest birth certificate I've ever seen. It was literally brown from age, and you could barely read anything on it. You could make out her birth mother's name, but of course, her father's name was completely illegible. I asked her if I could take it home with me. Now that the internet existed, maybe I could dig something up, something to make any of this make sense. Not because it mattered to her, but because it mattered to me. I had already been doing some ancestry work on our family. I'd traced my grandfather's lineage back to when we came across from Portugal. I thought maybe if I used the same site I could find something, anything. I searched and searched, with no luck. You just couldn't see enough on the birth certificate. I stuck the birth certificate away and I didn't think about it for a while. When I was 30, my grandmother passed away after a very long, ugly battle with dementia and Alzheimer's. Some of the things she said in her last days will stick with me forever. They validated my spiritual beliefs and solidified a foundation to a world that most refused to see. When she was gone, I decided to contact Vital Records in Oregon. I pulled out the old illegible birth certificate, picked up the phone, and explained everything. Leaving out the man with the intense blue eyes, of course. Amazingly enough, it works, and I'm sent a new, updated birth certificate for my grandmother. I decided to contact a friend who'd helped me with previous ancestry diggings. Eric could find anything, and he did. He found my grandmother's biological family on both sides. Neither were very interested in knowing about her. Most of them denied her existence. Apparently, her birth mother had gotten pregnant at a very young age by a man only in town from Canada visiting family for a few months. I don't think he ever even knew my grandmother existed. Her birth mother was sent away to St. Agnes Baby Home in Oregon City, Oregon, to have the baby and to come home and pretend like it never happened. This was a common occurrence at the time for young, unwed mothers. Because of this, my grandmother's biological family denies her existence. That night, I had a dream. I was in front of St. Agnes, and all of the babies were parked on the lawn in little buggies. And couples were walking by, admiring them. I woke up, and I didn't think much of it, considering what I'd been researching. Feeling like I was at a bit of a dead end, I decided to tell Eric the story of my grandmother, how she was stolen from St. Agnes by a man named Art B. and his then wife, Sylvia. He told me to try to contact the orphanage or the Catholic Church. There had to be recorded information somewhere. In the meantime, Eric went to work digging with nothing but a name. I call the church and find out that the orphanage is gone. The records burned in a fire. The building doesn't even exist anymore. The location is now smack dab in the middle of an intersection. Feeling defeated, and like the story had hit a brick wall, I asked the sister on the phone if babies were ever stolen from St. Agnes. Her reply still shocks me. She says, "Well, they used to bring all of the babies out to the front lawn to get some sun, and so that potential parents could see them. I would say at a time like that, it would have been easy to walk off with one." After a moment, I was able to muster up a thank you and hung up. A week or so went by, and Eric emailed me. He was almost giddy with information, explaining how interesting it was, how he had used old census information and newspaper articles to track this guy down on Ancestry.com. He was blown away at what bad people Art and his wife seemed to be. He had stolen a man's identity. He was in fact a man named Isaac, who had seen a newspaper article about a man named Arthur B., who was maimed during World War II and confined to a hospital for the rest of his life. Isaac becomes a car dealer and uses many different people's identities through the years, obtaining the information at work. You have to remember, this was a day and age without computers. Stealing identity was as easy as saying that you were someone and having a social security number to back it up. Isaac stole Arthur B.'s identity and dies before the real maimed Arthur. Isaac is buried under Arthur's name in a Navy cemetery in San Diego, California. Because the real Arthur is confined to a hospital, he never has children. His other family dies before he does. No one ever catches Isaac. I don't even know what ended up happening to the real Arthur, if he was laid to rest under his real name, but I know Isaac is buried under the wrong name in a Navy cemetery without having ever been in the military. I'm now 34 and I have 2 sons, and I'm married. My home holds many of my grandparents' belongings. One is a very large gold mirror. I was always drawn to it as a child. The mirror hangs in my dining room, and it faces another mirror in the kitchen. Many believe that mirrors facing each other can cause spiritual activity. But I've tried to take one down, and I feel completely out of balance, almost trapped. The kind of trapped that can cause an anxiety attack. I always have to put the mirror back up. At night, though, that dining room makes me nervous. I always keep the light on just because. Isaac still visits. My last experience with him was actually quite frightening. He's different now. He's angry. His being has transformed to a silhouette. No features, no intense blue eyes, but I still know it's him. The last time he visited, I was laying on the couch, still very much awake. My eyes were closed, and I was very relaxed. I felt a gust, like someone had run up to me very quickly from the dining room. Then, there he was. He was on top of me, holding my arms down at my sides. I couldn't scream or talk. It was so loud, everything was so loud. Like thousands of people in a waiting room, talking at once. They all seemed so anxious, like it was imperative that they be heard. And it was so loud, like nothing I've ever heard before. Then, he started screaming in my face. No words, just screaming. He was shaking me, and it scared me. I tried to calm myself down, and in my head, I asked him, "What do you need from me?" He shook me more and screamed again. He wouldn't stop screaming. I kept trying to communicate, but it was so loud. Everything was so loud. I couldn't move. I was so scared. I did the only thing that I could think to do, and I said, "In Jesus' name, go away." Now, I'm not a very religious person. I consider myself an omnist. I believe religion was created by man, and therefore couldn't not be flawed. I had seen this phrase work before, and I was desperate. As soon as the last syllable left my mouth, everything stopped. I could move, and it was peacefully quiet again. I was a nervous wreck, and it probably took me 30 minutes to even sit up. I don't know what to do now, and I'm almost dreading the next time Isaac comes for a visit. I can tell he needs help, but I don't know how to help him. I don't know how to make it right, and I don't know why he's chosen me to be the person who needs to. I know this all sounds crazy. If it hadn't happened to me, I wouldn't believe it. For the past year or so, I've been noticing that things around me don't seem normal anymore. I continue to have this overwhelming sense that everything is fake, in a way, or almost dreamlike. I've even kicked around the idea that I may have died already, and I'm in some sort of state of purgatory. I recently took my family on a weekend getaway to Seattle. Being a couple 100 miles away from our home in Celia, Washington, it's an easy trip for my wife and I to manage with our 2 kids, 11-year-old and 4-month-old. Over the course of our weekend excursion, I experienced a few things that I found to be odd and left me feeling a bit uneasy. The first occurrence was trivial enough, but it sort of set the tone for the eeriness of the weekend. I was gazing out the window of our hotel room on the 12th floor, sipping a cup of coffee, when I noticed a plastic bag drifting in the wind. I watched the bag dance around in the air as it slowly descended. A green dumpster, 12 stories below, caught my eye, and I immediately thought, what if that bag floated all the way down there and landed in that dumpster? I stood at the window for 5 minutes or so, watching the bag slowly float towards the ground. Gliding left, right, back and forth. The more I watched the bag, the more confident I became that it would find its way into the dumpster. And it did. This bag that I noticed off in the distance drifted 12 fucking stories and perfectly navigated its way into the dumpster below my building. Later that day, I was in the hotel lobby approaching the elevator to head up to my room. In front of me, there was a man with 2 children waiting for the elevator as well. The man had a guitar case strapped to his back, along with an amplifier and various other bags. His back was to me and he had a hoodie on. For some reason, I thought to myself, what if that's Ed? Ed was a friend of mine that I hadn't seen in years. We used to work at an Olive Garden together in our younger days. We also played guitar together and did a fair amount of partying. Now, here's the weird part, and my wife thinks I'm fucking crazy, but bear with me. The weird part was how confident I was that this guy was going to turn around and it would be Ed. The same confidence, almost certainty, I would say, that I had in that trash bag flying into the dumpster. The elevator door opened, and the man and his 2 children walked inside. As the man turned around to enter the floor number on the elevator button console. It should not have been Ed that I recognized, but it was. It was fucking Ed. We were both thrilled to see each other and even held the door open to chat for a moment, hindering other folks in the process. Even as this was all occurring, though, I couldn't shake this feeling that this isn't real. It's a very difficult thing to describe, but things just don't feel real. Later that evening, my 11-year-old son and I were on the balcony outside of our hotel room. He was peering over the edge when he suddenly whimpered out underneath his breath, "That poor guy." When I asked him who and what he was talking about, he said, "That bumblebee on the ground, next to the dumpster, he's dead." We were on the 12th floor, like I mentioned earlier. There's no fucking way this kid could see a dead bumblebee on the ground floor. Not to mention, the alleged bee was laying next to the dumpster that was the manifested landing zone for the floating trash bag. We argued a bit over whether or not he could see the bee, when he finally convinced me to go down and take a look. As we made our way down to the street level, my thought process shifted. The same confidence that I had previously regarding the bag and Ed was back. Although I didn't mention it to my son, I was becoming increasingly certain that the bee would be there. And well, it was. It was fucking there, right next to the green dumpster containing the trash sack. The next evening, I took my family to a place called GameWorks, which is similar to a Dave & Buster's, or an adult version of Chuck E. Cheese. I placed our car keys, wallets, and other important shit into our diaper bag backpack, and we carried it into the establishment. We spent a couple of hours playing games before finally counting our tickets and claiming prizes at the prize booth. We pocketed the prizes and went down the block to a cheesecake factory for dinner. After being seated for a few moments, my wife realizes that I don't have the backpack on. The backpack containing all of our money, credit cards, car keys, and not to mention food and supplies for our 4-month-old. The bizarre thing is that I have no recollection of ever taking the bag off. Apparently I did because it was gone, but I could have sworn up and down that I never took it off. I immediately go into a panic mode, leap up from the table towards the GameWorks establishment. I run inside and dart around frantically for about a minute or two, with the bag nowhere in sight. Finally, I calm down and focus. After breathing and focusing for a moment, I'm greeted with that same confidence that I mentioned before. I was confident that I would not leave that place without that bag. And at that moment, a man approached me waving his arms in the air, calling me by my first name, saying, "Here, Cody, we got your bag, man. Now get back to the Cheesecake Factory and enjoy your dinner." I was awestruck and definitely beside myself at that moment, as I had no fucking clue who this man was, or how he knew my name, or where I was eating dinner. I didn't even think to question the man. I reached out, grabbed the bag, and left. This might seem coincidental to a lot of you, but these are just recent examples of how my life unfolds daily. Either I'm a walking conduit of coincidence, or something larger is at play. My wife thinks I'm nuts, but things are definitely not the same as they used to be. I don't know exactly how or why, but they just aren't. Things just don't seem real. During my sophomore year of high school, so 2000, I had one of those unexplained experiences. I mean, I can explain what I heard, even what I felt, but that still doesn't fully explain what happened. Lucky for me, I wasn't alone. I was with two of my friends, and a random civilian would cross paths with us, just as we experienced this event. So what I'm saying is that I'm not crazy, and if I am, then so are the other 3 people that were in the woods that day. My friends and I would often hang out in the woods. They were just behind the school. The woods led to more woods, basically leading to more woods. So no houses, just trees and a couple of creeks. A lot of nothing, which is exactly what teens are looking for. Well, right before summer, they closed off the entrance to these woods from the school. It was the only entrance we'd really ever used, so we explored new ways to get into the woods. And without officially trespassing, we'd found what we assumed was an entrance into the woods. Upon entering, one of my friends asked if we should drop crumbs or something so we didn't get lost. We laughed at the time, not thinking he was serious. In fact, he wasn't serious. So we just walked through and onward. After about 5 or 6 minutes of walking, I looked at my watch and asked my friends if we should stop, smoke a cigarette, and maybe just smoke a joint where we were, as it seemed like we'd gone far enough into the woods. They didn't agree, though. So again, onward we went. It was probably 15 minutes into following my friends that I asked them to wait up. Suddenly I felt sorta dizzy. We hadn't smoked any weed yet, so I assumed it was the cigarette I'd decided to light up. But then I heard something strange. Crying. It was in the distance, possibly ahead of us, maybe behind us. I stopped in my tracks and thought that I was losing it. Then, both of my friends turned around, looking about as unsettled as I was feeling inside. We stood in silence about 5 to 10 feet apart from each other. The crying continued. It sounded like a woman, but yet there was some sort of distortion to the cry, and it made it incredibly uncomfortable. We decided, let's book it back the way we came. Both of my friends headed towards me, and we started to hustle back towards the random entrance we'd found less than 20 minutes ago. But it was strange, the crying. As we ran, it was like the crying didn't get closer to us, and it didn't get further away either. Just surrounded us, like we'd been wearing headphones listening to this twisted crying. After hustling for a minute, suddenly I stopped as I saw someone appear from behind a tree. They were as surprised as I was and let out a small shriek. Then we both, or all of us, exhaled. The woman said that she'd heard crying,
that it sounded like a small child in distress. We told her that we heard the crying too, but that it didn't sound like a child. And we told her that we were running from the crying. Then we all just stood there and listened. There was no more crying. Instead, we each heard one long, loud scream, followed by the largest gust of wind I've ever felt in my life. So much force behind this gust that it almost took all four of us off our feet. Immediately after that, we all took off, back towards the entrance, and eventually we made our way out to the sidewalk. I remember leaving there feeling very uneasy. While walking home, we hardly said a word to one another. We were so spooked by the whole event that we didn't even end up getting high. In retrospect, I'm sort of glad about that part because I probably wouldn't have been able to definitively say what I heard and what I felt. Not 100% anyway. But I can assure you, 100%, something not so pleasant was in the woods that day. For those of you wondering, I personally never went back into the woods. So it's possible people continue to hear stuff, and it's possible that they don't. I don't recommend it, though. It leaves you with a feeling. It's not a great one, and that may be putting it a little lightly. This is one of those things that I've never known exactly how to classify. Like, is it a paranormal ghost type thing? An alien thing? Or just a cat dropping from thin air kind of thing? Sounds insane, but it's almost exactly what it sounds like. When I was 18, so almost 10 years ago, I'd moved out of my mom's house and was renting a small one-bedroom about 3 blocks away from her house. I would go back to her place often to look after my younger sister, and sometimes I'd even go over there just to eat up all of her food. One day, I showed up and was greeted by a smallish black kitty cat. It had a pink nose and a small white spot on its chest. As cute as this kitty was, I couldn't bring myself to do anything about this cuteness because I'm pretty allergic to cats. I called out to it, just saying hello, and kept walking into the house. I noticed that when I closed the door, it stayed outside, but it was scratching at the door. I didn't let the cat inside for numerous reasons, but I thought it was interesting how close it was to our house, to my mom's house. Enough time passes for me to make a tuna sandwich, and my sister comes running into the house, home from school, and in her arms is a cat, the same cat. I asked her what she was doing letting that cat inside, and she proceeds to tell me that this is her cat, Pee-wee. I wasn't aware that my mom had caved and let my sister get a cat, but I asked her to keep it outside just while I was there, which she did. I watched her take the cat and put him outside. After finishing my sandwich, I set my sister up in the office to do her homework, and I headed to the laundry room to pack up some clothes that I knew my mom had folded for me. I get inside the laundry room, and the way the door opens, you have to close it to access all the fun things that my mom has hanging on the back of it, but also to access the dryer. I closed the door, grabbed some laundry bags, and started packing up my folded clothes. And as I do, I'm totally startled by the sound of something falling on top of the washer or dryer. And I find myself shooting around, coming face to face with that same little black kitty cat. I almost don't believe what I'm seeing, not at first. I mean, I watched my sister physically put the cat outside. Not to mention, this room, it was exactly that, a room. One door, no windows, practically a closet itself, so no hidden spaces within. There was literally no way
for this cat to get inside this room. The cat breaks eye contact first, jumping to the floor, instantly walking to the door, scratching and meowing to get out. I look down and just keep staring, thinking, what are you? But eventually, I open the door and holler for my sister. Waiting for her, I look around the laundry room again, verifying what I already know, which is that there's no way to get in this room besides the door. My attention is drawn to the washer, where I can see something glossy on the washer lid. And right there, where that little kitty had landed, on top of the washer, there was a thin layer of water, or a shallow puddle of water. I lean closer, and the substance has no smell to it. It genuinely just looked like water. I wasn't willing to taste the substance, but either way, it wasn't even the weirdest part, at least not to me, and not in that moment. So I ask my sister why she let the cat back inside the house. She promises me that she absolutely did not let him back inside. She tells me that Pee-wee is sleeping outside. I tell her that's not possible. He just showed up in the laundry room, and I had sent him away as I called for her. My sister was about 10 at this time, so her words are pretty good, and she's not usually dishonest. But she tells me that she could see the kitty from the window in the office, and that he's definitely still outside. I tell her to show me, so she does. She walked me to the window in the office, and you can't see him. So she opens the front door, heading outside, and so I follow her. But just as she opens the door, there he is, sitting on the other side of the door, outside the house. I tell my sister to go ahead and start doing her homework again. And then I spent a bunch of time looking for a possible kitty number 2, and there's just no other animals to be found. I decide to try and leave it alone. But as I went back and continued to pack my laundry, I found it strange that the small puddle on top of the washer had somehow disappeared. It didn't seem like enough time for evaporation to happen. When I left that day, I was convinced my mom had no clue just how many kitties were actually in her house. It wasn't until that weekend that I got the chance to clarify for myself where exactly this cat came from. While at a farmer's market, I joke around telling my mom, "Thanks a lot for not telling me about Carly's new kitty." That's my sister. And I further joke that she got it to keep me away. But instead of brushing me off as dramatic or joking back with me, she stops in her tracks, puts one hand over her mouth, another on my shoulder, and says, "Oh my gosh, Katie, that cat." I look at her asking what about that cat? My mom explains that she doesn't know where the cat came from and that the cat wouldn't leave. She tells me that about a week ago, she came home and the cat was already inside the house. At first, she was just worried that it was someone else's cat that had gotten in from the garage or something. She put a post on the Neighborhood Watch website. She was asking if anyone was missing a small black kitty that had a pink nose and that had been hanging around the neighborhood a lot lately. She left her contact information, but nobody called and nobody emailed. My mom says that for that week, the cat kept hanging around, but she didn't catch it inside again until one day when she and my sister were coming home from picking my sister up from school. My sister walked in first, and moments later was exclaiming in excitement, saying thank you over and over again to my mom. And my mom says when she turned the corner, my sister was hugging this same cat that she'd found inside the other day. She didn't want to let my sister down, so she did cave and said that it was okay to keep. Almost instantly, my sister named him Pee-wee because of his small size. After my mom took him to the vet, she was surprised to hear that the kitty was actually a full-grown cat, just small, likely a runt. Healthy as ever, but definitely not a kitten. As my mom is telling me this, I'm thinking, I still haven't heard anything too crazy, except I am feeling more confident in my assumption that this cat can somehow get into our house without our knowledge. I'm considering telling her about my laundry room incident when she continues with her story, telling me something that just gave me chills instantly. She tells me that just yesterday she was cleaning my sister's room, which is right next to the laundry room. My sister was outside playing with her cat. At least that's what my mom had seen just moments before she was cleaning her room. So she takes the laundry from my sister's room to the laundry room and sets the laundry on top of the washer. She starts to head out the door when suddenly she hears this squishing noise coming from behind her, like someone had taken a handful of wet towels and plopped them on the hard floor. She turns back around and is shocked to see Pee-wee. He's soaking wet, sitting on the floor, shaking his paws off and just walking right through her legs out into the living room. My mom said she stood there for a minute. She saw a huge puddle of water where he once stood, and she followed the cat instead of cleaning the floor. He was sitting in the living room, cleaning himself, and miraculously was semi-dry, no longer soaking. My mom went to grab my sister from outside, but she was shocked to see my sister outside on the swings, and her cat, Pee-wee, sitting just a few feet behind her in the grass. Turning back around to look at the cat inside the house, my mom is once again shocked, this time because the cat was no longer inside the house. She walked back towards the laundry room, opened the door, and noted that the floor was completely dry. I'm looking at my mom as she tells me this, and by this time, I'm sure that my mouth was fully opened, jaw dropped. She had no idea about my experience yet, and she tells me that she has more to say about that cat. She tells me that sometimes the cat will sit in her doorway, my mom's that is, at night, just watching her. On occasion, she'll wake up and the cat will have gradually gotten closer to her as she sleeps. He doesn't ever get too close to my mom, other than randomly appearing in front of her. He does, however, love my sister and is almost possessive of her, for sure. He's always wherever she is, but yet also in other places at the same time. Naturally, I share my laundry room story with my mom, and we collectively freak out about this cat and/or our laundry room. For years, we kept our concerns about the cat to ourselves, and we never let my sister know that we were kind of scared of Pee-wee. When my sister turned 18, so 8 years ago, she saw her cat for the last time. Not because he'd knowingly passed, but Pee-wee just stopped showing up. Over the years, I've asked my sister about Pee-wee, and if she ever noticed anything weird about him. She told me that, oh yeah, she did. That she actually noticed a few strange things about her cat, but that she was never willing to tell my mom or me about them in fear that she'd have to get rid of him or something like that. For starters, she said that in her early years, she thought that he was magic because she would fall asleep with him in her arms, but then wake up to him scratching from the laundry room. She'd have to go and let him out. Oftentimes, he was wet. but as she put it, never for long. He would be dry within moments, and then back to snuggling. The other strange thing was that it was my sister's job to change his litter box. But she said oftentimes there wouldn't be anything in there to clean. Not too strange considering he was an outdoor cat, but strange in that there would literally be nothing to clean. The litter box itself, the litter, was completely emptied. I asked my sister why she never told our mom about that part. And again, she didn't want to lose the cat, but also said at age 10, she wasn't entirely sure this was weird. So besides this cat being able to teleport or cross planes, essentially not use the restroom, there was also the little detail of the cat's aging. Pee-wee was first brought to the vet, and they told my mom he was not a kitten, and that he was in fact over 6 years old. However, when my mom and sister moved 2 towns over, my mom started taking Pee-wee to a new vet. This was several years later, probably 4 or 5. My sister was with her, and they tell them that this cat, Pee-wee, is no older than 3 years old. My mom sort of scoffs, saying that's not even possible, explaining that when she'd first taken him into the vet, almost 5 years ago, she'd been told he was at least 6 years old. The vet confirmed that he's not a kitten, but that he couldn't have been older than 5. Now, over time, I've had people tell me that veterinaries can't always exactly nail down an animal's age without information from you, the owner. So it's possible that they were just mixed up. However, it wouldn't be the first weird thing about Pee-wee. So yeah, as I said in the beginning, I'm just not really sure how to classify this experience or what to call this thing. But if you have any ideas, or you've had a cat like this, I'd sure like to know. Several years ago, when my daughter was around 4 years old, I experienced something that really creeped me out at the time. It still does, to an extent, but now I have the luxury of it feeling a bit further away. It happened in our old house, one that I was never really fond of. We rented it for several years, even a couple of years before our daughter was born, and it never really felt warm. I would decorate, we'd added our own style to the place, but it always just felt like a hotel room that we were staying in temporarily, that we weren't welcome long term. Before the incident with my daughter, which I promise I'll get into, I have to touch on some of the pre-existing oddities. There were 3 occasions where my husband had called out to me, aggressively. The first time it was something like, "Danny, are you serious?" And the second time he yelled, "Are you even listening?" We were newly married, but I'd been with him for years, and we'd lived in other places together for years. Not once had he ever so much as raised his voice. Altered his tone, sure, but not yell or feel the need to be abrasive with me. So those first 2 times, I'd responded hastily, and each time he was genuinely confused, walking into the room that I'm now yelling from, asking me calmly who I'm talking to. It actually was the basis of a small argument between us. It wasn't exactly resolved, but I forgot about it since it didn't happen again, until it did. I didn't think that my husband was home at the time, but he was working 2 different jobs and his schedule wasn't exactly pinned down. So when I heard the sound of drawers being slammed, followed by, "Hello, are you coming or what?" I stomped down the stairs, ready to confront him, saying as I did, "Excuse me? What in the hell are you yelling about?" I was going to finish with, Are we going somewhere I didn't know about? But when I reached the bottom of the stairs, it was quiet. No one was there. I sort of fast-walked from room to room, saying my husband's name. No response. I moved to the front window. No car in the driveway. He truly wasn't home. I ran upstairs to grab my phone and I called him. No answer. I ran back down the stairs and I looked through the calendar that we had in the kitchen. According to that, he was working. I was totally freaked out. I decided to turn on the TV and open some windows. I don't know why I felt like it would help, but for some reason it did. About an hour later, my husband called me, and I explained to him what had happened while he was driving home. We were still on the phone by the time he pulled into the driveway. However, I heard a truck pull in before he said he was pulling into the driveway. As I went to the window, I saw nothing. Less than a minute later, I watched him pull in, hearing the exact sound I'd heard moments before. For a while, that was the last time I heard my husband's voice like that. I figured that either I got good at tuning it out, or it just sort of corrected itself. I was totally happy forgetting most of this. We would talk about it from time to time when discussing weird things, but we chalked it up to a weird glitch in the Matrix. Sounds extreme, but when you truly have no explanation, it almost becomes the most logical. Then, we became parents, and basically life took over. If there was some sort of glitch or high strangeness going on, we were far too busy to be indulged. Fast forward a few years. Our daughter is 4 years old, is in the stage where she can get in and out of her bed, often finding her way into our bed. We keep a gate in the hallway and at the top of the stairs, as to prevent her from falling down. I remember it was 2007, because it was the first time I'd had the flu. I was incredibly sick and essentially took over the family bonus room downstairs. I couldn't get comfortable in our bed, so my husband set me up in there, with an air mattress, futon, pillow sort of thing. It worked, and I found myself in those feverish types ins and outs for several days. On this last day, though, I was finally feeling better. It was about 7 p.m., but I'd woken up, and I'd had more energy than I'd had in days. I was hungry, and I ate. All that good stuff. Because I was so awake, I found I couldn't or didn't want to go to sleep at a normal time. I decided I'd stay in the pillow fort one more night, allowing my husband and daughter to sleep while I fidgeted downstairs and hoped to eventually zone out on something until falling asleep. Around 8:30 or 9, my husband goes to put our daughter down in her room. I could faintly hear my husband telling our daughter a story. It was sweet, but I hadn't expected it since she was practically asleep in his arms on the way up, and I thought he'd come down already. I was leaning forward, trying to listen carefully, because again, it was sweet. Suddenly, my husband was in the doorway of the bonus room, and I actually physically moved backwards, terrified. He didn't look too great either. "Did you just hear my voice?" "I just heard my voice." He started to walk closer to me and said, "Do you think I have the flu now?" I shook my head, insinuating no, and told him that I'd heard that too. Instead of saying anything, he sort of rushed up the stairs to our daughter's room. Within just a few moments, I saw him emerge and turn out the light. He'd come back down the stairs to report that our daughter was sleeping. Nothing was out of the ordinary. And just like that, he was able to move on. He told me that he did think he needed some extra sleep, and he kissed me goodnight before heading upstairs. I saw him peek in our daughter's room, just making sure, I guess, and then he said goodnight down the stairs to me. I could see him atop the stairs, so I blew him a kiss as he went to our bedroom. As I said, I was pretty awake. By this time, it wasn't much later than 9. I remember watching TV, specifically Season 1 reruns of Top Chef. I sat there for quite a while. I remember thinking I needed to get up and stretch. It was about 10:30, and I was not asleep. In fact, I was starving, even after having a small dinner. So I got up and prepared some snacks, grabbed another Gatorade, and as I made my way back to the bonus room, I hear my daughter giggling from her bedroom. It was instantly creepy to me. I'd gotten this feeling that it wasn't her, but it truly sounded like her. It was her real and true giggle. But as her mother, it's like I couldn't buy it. I wasn't sold. I set my snacks down and headed up the stairs. The skeptical part of me is feeling uneasy. The practical side just wants to make sure that she's in bed. Once I hit the top of the stairs, I hear two voices, and it sounds as if my husband is once again reading a story to our little girl, and that she's giggling. The lights are off. I enter the room and quickly flip on the light, but there's nothing. No little girl, no husband. I quickly make my way to our bedroom, where I see them both snuggled and asleep in bed. Upon finding them both there, I was expecting to feel relief, but I'd just heard all of that. I was awake, still awake. I walked back to my daughter's room and I closed the door. I had, and still to this day, have no idea what happened. I've read about a gazillion things on the subject of mimics, doppelgangers, demons, time slips, you name it. But it all leads to the same answer, which is essentially that there is no answer. It could be any of those things, or none of them. I don't have mental health issues, not in my family or personally. And I have one validating moment of my husband hearing it too. Plus, I just feel like it's connected to that house. Before living there, I'd label myself as a fan of scary things, but absolutely not a believer of anything paranormal or supernatural. I'd never had any sort of experiences before moving into that house, and I've never had anything like that happen since moving out, which was over 7 years ago. I was scared for over a year after that happened, and that's what led to so much research. I just wanted to be able to explain it, and when I couldn't, it felt like pushing to move was the only decision. The original owner of the house really wanted us to stay, saying we were his best tenants, and he'd love to give us a discount on rent, etc. And for some reason, that made me even more wary of the space. So I don't know. These were the strangest, creepiest experiences of my life, and I feel the need to share them. Like, I know I'm not crazy, so that helps. But all that means is I experienced something that I don't have the ability to truly explain, because no one can really explain it to me. And that makes my brain hurt on most days. For the past 4 years, I've worked as a funeral director and embalmer at 2 different locations in separate buildings. Names omitted for privacy reasons and to keep intact my anonymity. In my line of work, of course, the nature of the work would be unsettling to most, especially the aspect of the task completed on the decedents themselves. As an embalmer, I've performed some gruesome actions, all for the betterment of someone's loved one's appearance and their expectation for the viewing during their visitation period. I'm telling you all of this to set the stage that I'm not scared easily from the unsettling, and I have a rock-solid stomach that could handle any smell or sight that we come across, that any embalmer will see at some point. Since there's 2 locations I frequent, I'll be labeling them 1 and 2, or first and second, for simplicity's sake. The first location. Coming back from a death call at a hospital at 2 a.m. into a 130-year-old funeral home with a decedent in the back of the van seems creepy enough to most, but it's the reality that a lot of people don't realize is fairly common. My first major encounter happened sometime after I arrived at the funeral home and started my normal embalming procedures. During the procedures, of course, I'm not paying extreme attention to my surroundings of the room, but I had noticed just a nuance of a chill. It wasn't normal, as I'd embalmed many times before, and I'd never noticed anything like that. I just shrugged it off and continued on. After I had completed, I walked into the casket showroom, which is directly next to the embalming room, and I flipped on the lights. In the corner, next to the end of 2 caskets, was a black mist that seemed to dissipate into the corner of the room. Plain as day in a fully lit room. I was absolutely rocked by the realization that me and the decedent were not alone in the funeral home. Someone had been watching me the entire time. The second occurrence was when I was leaving one night around 11 p.m. after a long day of death calls and funerals. Every evening when we leave, we go from room to room to make sure that every light is turned off, to save on the electric. I had sat down in my car and looked up into one of the rooms on the second level. I noticed a lamp was on. I decided not to go back in and that I would get it in the morning. No big deal, right? Yeah, I wish. The specific room was the location of the manager's office, and it looked as if the light was emanating from the middle of the room. Just some context. The lamp in question was originally owned by the location manager's wife, who had passed away and also went through the same funeral home he worked at. He brought the lamp from home to use in his office because it was no longer needed in his house. The next day, I went up there to check on the room and turn off the lamp. Only problem was that the lamp emanating the light the night before was sitting in the middle of his desk, not even plugged in. I was the first employee there that morning, and no one had been there during the night for any reason at all. Also, when seeing the lamp on the night before, I knew the funeral home was empty because I was the last one to leave. Now, these 2 occurrences aren't alone, but they are the most notable because I can't explain them away. There are several hundreds of times I've felt watched, or something seems to move in the corner of my eye, and there have also been many times where I hear someone whisper, "Hey," in my ear. There are so many that it's hard to keep the when or how they happened straight. But I guess that's just the baggage of the job. The second location. Context. At this building, I actually lived on the top floor of the funeral home for a period of 6 to 8 months. Because free room and board in a fully furnished apartment and the ease of being able to just wake up and clock in the morning without having to drive anywhere, it's a luxury most people don't get to think about. The first happenings here were subtle, but no subtle moments. A few weeks into my initial move into the apartment above the funeral home, I was sleeping in my room upstairs and was awoken by the sounds of the stairs creaking, as if someone was walking up them. It was 1 a.m., and I knew no one was there but me. Usually, when a death call happens, I know about them because I'm called by my answering service to go get them. At this point, I'm frozen in place. Like, who in the hell would be there at this time of night without me knowing about it? All of the doors are locked to enter the funeral home, and so is my bedroom door. The freezing continues until whatever is outside my door comes to it and knocks twice. I say nothing. After several moments of complete silence, the creaking starts again, but back down the stairwell. I sat totally silent the rest of the night, and I couldn't sleep at all. Nothing else happened, but I was absolutely rattled by the experience. Whatever that was knew I was up there, and I didn't like the thought of that at all. I had no other choice but to continue to live there because of my financial position at the time. I couldn't really afford anything else. My second experience there was in the evening as well. I was eating a TV dinner in my kitchen of the apartment. I looked up from my food and I watched a doorknob turn, and the door opened as if someone just walked through and shut it back. I just sat, mouth agape, and was totally flabbergasted. I was also there alone that night as well. There were no breezes or change in air pressure due to the other doors' closures. Nothing could force the door to open and shut like it did that night. Finally, and the most recent, yesterday I was sitting on the couch downstairs on a break during the middle of the day. I was alone again. Context. If there's nothing going on as far as funerals or arrangement conferences on the weekends, we keep the doors locked and the lights off. I rose from the couch and was walking into the main hall of the funeral home. I noticed a man standing in the doors to the funeral chapel. I said aloud to him, "Hey, you." He didn't turn or say anything. He just walked away from me and turned the corner. I followed him into the chapel to try to get his attention. I rounded that same corner and found absolutely nothing. By this time, I was freaking out. The man was wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit with a white collared button-up, gray slicked back hair, and was about the same height as me. He was an older fellow and was a little hunched over in the back. I immediately called the manager of the funeral home, same as the other location, and I told him about what had happened and described the man. He told me that I'd probably seen his old manager. He had also lived in the apartment that I did currently, several years ago. And suddenly, everything made sense in that moment. I wanted to relate some paranormal experiences that have surrounded me and my family for a long time. For some context, me and my family are from a northern Mexican town named Parral. It's in the southern region of the state of Chihuahua. The paranormal experiences in my family began with the first marriage of my grandpa, in particular with one of his daughters named Rosa Maria. She graduated as a nurse and worked in a hospital near the house, named Hospital de Jesus. Sadly, she died of hepatic cirrhosis in 1968. So here is where everything begins. Since then, many people in the hospital have reported a nurse attending to them at really late hours of the night. This might sound usual for nurses, but the weird thing is that the nurse that attended to them has never been identified, not among the personnel in the hospital. So this myth about that mysterious nurse began to expand really fast. 2 years after the death of Rosa Maria, my mother was born, and she was named exactly like her, in her honor, because my grandmother appreciated her so much. Time passed, and when my mother grew up, every time that someone in my family was hospitalized, many people in the hospital thanked my mom for her care and for replacing their medicine. Even though my mother has never worked in the hospital. In fact, she's a teacher, completely different than a nurse. I have experienced this nurse in person when I was in middle school. I was hospitalized because of typhus fever. My mom took me to the hospital, but received an urgent call later that night about my grandma, who was not feeling well. So for obvious reasons, she ended up leaving me at the hospital. Later that night, I noticed that my medicine was finished, and I called a nurse to replace it. Nobody came until 30 minutes later, when a nurse came to the room. She was quiet. She didn't say any words while she was changing the medicine. At first, I felt scared because there was something weird about her. But after she got closer, I'd never felt such calmness and peace of mind. It felt just like as if my mother were there, changing those medicines. When she finished, she just smiled and left. 20 minutes later, a nurse came in with the medicine I'd requested, but she noticed that the medicine was already replaced. She asked me who changed it. After I explained everything that happened, she shot me a really cold look. She explained that all the nurses were busy up to that point, and that she came as soon as she had time. My father told me a pretty crazy story last night when he was drinking. He rarely drinks, so when he does, it's a night of 1,000 high fives and 1,000 obscure Shakespearean quotes. This one, however, was maybe the first story to actually grab my attention, so I thought I'd share it with you. He starts by telling me that his first job while in high school was at a haunted video rental store in the small shit town he grew up in. I'm not personally saying his town was shit. I'm quoting my father when he says, "In the small shit town I grew up in." The shop he worked at wasn't a big, fancy Blockbuster or Hollywood Video either. Not at that time. No, it was called Woodland Video, and it was the only location to its name, located somewhere on some forgotten street in his small shit town. But it was the same one that he used to rent videos at with his dad, so he really loved the place. He kind of spoke with pride when he described the red carpet, worn thin from decades of customers walking in and out, years of indecisive pacing, blending the red fibers with the concrete below, until its compression left a nostalgic imprint in my father's mind. Each discoloration and stain boasting its longevity, its existence, not only in his, but also the memories of countless other customers, the ones who'd helped add to its abstract declaration of timelessness. Then, my dad sits up and gets real serious. He tells me that his first shift was to close the store with Wendy. She was the manager, and she was new at it too, only 2 weeks on the job. So, Wendy tells my dad that he'll be taking over the night shifts, Monday through Friday. That she would show him everything that he needed to know that night. And then he was on his own. Wendy appeared eager. Or in my father's words, as far as being scared, she was all but screaming out loud, nervously looking from one corner of the store to another, becoming easily distracted by something that my dad just couldn't see. Hours into the shift, my dad hears something in the back room. It sounds like someone's using the printing calculator. He'd been shown that in the back. It was identical to the one up front, except Wendy said that the one in the back didn't work anymore. My dad said Wendy sort of froze in place, standing in front of him, facing the back room. My dad turned around. There's nothing there, so he walked to the back room. No one. The printing calculator isn't plugged in. and it doesn't appear to have been used, which is exactly what Wendy told him would be the case, just as he started to walk back there. So what, is this place haunted or something? My dad said that he was sort of kidding, but also couldn't really understand what had happened. Wendy told him that she didn't know about that, but that something was off about this place. She told him, wait till you see what happens at 10 every night. And he did. As 10 o'clock rolled around, the sound of someone walking around in the back room. Quiet, but deliberate footsteps. The sound was coming from the back exit, through the room, and then right next to where my dad was standing, passing him and continuing on to the front door. And then the footsteps trailed off. It was closing time, and Wendy wasn't giving my dad any more information on this clearly remarkable thing he'd just experienced. He explained that the store was owned by a Mr. Murray, and that Mr. Murray had lost his wife the same year he'd hired my dad. He and his wife had run Woodland Video together for 25 years. It was always Mr. Murray handling the front end and Mrs. Murray handling the books and inventory. After a while, they were both too old to work in the place, hiring people here and there. Wendy was just the newest employee since Mrs. Murray had died. As my dad said, Wendy couldn't handle it, meaning that Wendy was afraid of ghosts, and apparently my dad wasn't. He said, well, he swore on his life, actually, that he felt it was a human spirit in that store, and that the steps were that of a person. And this person had a nightly routine, seemed to love the store, and wasn't trying to scare anyone. He says he's almost certain it was Mrs. Murray, and that she was just looking after the place, waiting for Mr. Murray to join her, which my dad says was about 3 years later. By that time, he'd moved out of town, and Woodland Video would be replaced by a Blockbuster several years later.
Someone or something touched my shoulder. It happened in 2017. I lived at my grandma's house. I could talk about many things that I'm unable to explain, but this was something that I can't shake off. My grandmother is kind of the only person who really cares about me. Broken family, etc. My grandpa died in 2012, and I'd lived at her place since 2014. Well, she was in the hospital. Nothing really bad, but was there for a broken bone, and she's okay now. I had really bad depression for some years, and I often felt lonely. One evening, I was making something to eat for myself, and I felt that really lonely feeling. I was sad, and I cried a little bit. I wasn't used to being alone overnight, and I was worried about my grandma. So I'm standing in the kitchen, making something to eat, when suddenly, someone or something touched my left shoulder from behind. I could feel the hand. It was really warm, and the strange thing was my sadness went away. I felt really loved. I had never felt so much love before in my life. I know it sounds really crazy, but I can describe this feeling as infinite love. All of my worries and sadness went away for this moment, and I only felt love and warmth. I was not afraid. I didn't feel threatened. As I said, many things happened to me that I can't explain, but I never felt something like this. Has anyone else had something similar happen to them? Or does someone know what this could be? I think often about this, and I'm kind of curious what this was. Thank you for every comment or even an answer. Me and my friend had gone to Waffle House around 10 p.m. There were a lot of people there. My friend kept complaining about how a dude was staring at her, but she's very striking, and I figured dude was just eye flirting with her. Finally, I turn around to look, and a chill runs down my spine. Absolutely dead eyes, and this man is staring right past me, fixated on my best friend. I thought this was weird. I thought he would look at me since I made it very obvious when I looked at him that I was kind of pissed off. It was a real stop fucking looking at us look that I gave him. My friend is kind of panicking because she's just so creeped out. So I'm like, okay, let's check out and leave. He's to the right of the register, and I looked at him almost the whole time we were checking out. At one point, I literally got right in front of my friend, like shielding her, because she was really stressed out. She doesn't get spooked easily either. So when I stood in front of her, he started leaning to the side, looking around me to stay staring at her. Because I hate when men feel entitled to make women uncomfortable. Plus, his eyes were so wrong. Just completely black and terrifying. He really had crazy eyes, and they were really wide open. He never blinked for the 5 minutes I was staring right back at him. We peeked at him through the window on the way out of the parking lot, and he was still staring right at my friend. Very creepy, and it just reminded me to be aware of everything around me, and to always trust your own or my friend's intuitions. When we feel something is wrong, I just go ahead and assume something really is wrong and that we need to get the fuck out of there. All of the names used here are fake. So here's a small background. I was trying to get over an ex at the time. My friend Maggie randomly texted me saying, "Hey, would you be opposed to going on a date with Audrey?" Audrey is a mutual friend, and I said no. So I try to talk to her, but I don't feel any sparks. The next day, I try to ask a group of friends to hang out, and there's one girl in the group. And one of my other friends in the group texts me saying, "Dude, stop hitting on Alexandra. Focus on Audrey." And I'm like, Later that day, I spaced out at a traffic light, completely sober. When the truck in front of me turns right, I automatically think, the light must be green, so I go. I hear some light honking, but I ignore it. I was halfway through the intersection, which is 30-mile-per-hour back road and a 55-mile-per-hour highway, when I realized the light was red, and for some reason, I stopped. I heard a car behind me swerve to not hit me, so I kept going and had to stop on the side of the road to process what had just happened. And this is when things get weird. My friends never mention Audrey to me again, and a month later, she starts dating somebody else, Jake, and so I assume that's why. However, a few months later, I text Maggie asking if she remembers trying to set me up with Audrey, and her response was, "No. Audrey and Jake were together, I'm pretty sure." I thought she was pulling my chain, but I went back to old text messages, and I couldn't find any that mentioned Audrey in the first place, let alone friends trying to set me up with her. The weird thing about this experience is I didn't black out. I was conscious the whole time, so I don't know if I died and switched to another reality, but I know damn well I wasn't imagining this. Also, Maggie claims that she'd been having consistent dreams of me dying, and that they stopped when this happened. The dark shadow is back. Back in 2015, I had a horrible dream. Or so I thought it was a dream.
My sister had just come home from a camping trip, late at night. My shift had just ended, and I'd gotten off late due to a miscount in inventory. I was finally home and excited to ask my sister how the trip went, but she was already asleep. Me and my sister shared a bedroom at the time, so I just put my pajamas on and went to bed. I had the most horrific dream, though. I was laying in bed drawing, and my mother barges in with no facial expression. I knew I was in trouble, but I couldn't understand why. She grabbed me by my shoulders, pushing me so hard I sunk into the bed. Right behind her was this older woman in a native white gown. She had long, shiny gray hair that seemed to reach her hips. She sat at my feet and whispered, As she said this, I felt my soul start to leave my body. It got to my chest, and I woke up in a panic. Once I looked up, I saw this long, black shadow reaching across my ceiling. It had long, dark fingers, an oval-looking head with white, sharp teeth. I was in shock for a few seconds, and then I yelled. By the time my sister woke up, it was gone. I told my sister about my dream, and she was so scared. She told me that at camp, they were sitting around a bonfire telling scary stories. She said that a girl told her that in every dream, there was an old lady and a dark shadow. Keep in mind that I didn't speak to her because she was already asleep when I got home from work. And fast forward to last night. I was trying to sleep, and I saw it. The black shadow reaching over my ceiling. I blinked to see if I was imagining it, but no. I entered into a panic and I yelled. My fiancé woke up and turned the lights on. He said I yelled for more than 5 seconds, but it felt like it was just one. He didn't look up at the ceiling, and it was gone in the blink of an eye. I haven't been able to sleep well. I feel empty, as if my soul is gone. I don't know how to feel. I haven't told my fiancé yet to not freak him out, but I'm so scared of the dark. I'm 26 years old, and I sleep with a nightlight again. So when I was younger, probably middle school, my dad and we believed we saw a UFO. We were driving on back roads as we always do, making the drive from Cleveland to Indianapolis. It's summertime, basically in the middle of nowhere, and there's nothing going on, weather-wise or otherwise. We've done this drive many times, as my dad travels it for work quite often, and my grandparents live along the way. It's pretty peaceful, not exciting, just serene. On this drive, it was the same, peaceful and not a car in sight. But we did notice something else, a bright, big light in the sky. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. I asked my dad to roll my window down, and when he did, I leaned out to get a better look. I couldn't see every detail, that's for sure, but I could see enough to note that it wasn't an airplane, and not a helicopter either. It was far too large and bright. Not to mention, it wasn't moving. As we continued to drive, it seemed to hover in place. We drove like this for several minutes, and it became clear that it was like nothing I'd ever seen. I leaned back inside the car and asked my dad if he knew what it was. He was leaned forward over the steering wheel,
staring hard at this thing. But he shook his head. I leaned back out the window, but sort of jolted forward as the car came to a slow roll and then an abrupt stop. The radio spiked, creating this horrible but brief noise. I asked my dad why he stopped, but he shook his head again, telling me that he hadn't stopped the car and that the keys were still in the ignition. The car had just stopped working. I watched as my dad looked at the dashboard, fiddled with buttons, and then he shifted to the ignition, moving the keys back and forth. Each time there was nothing, not even the sound of a dead battery. I looked back up at the sky and I could still see the large hovering light, but I didn't have much time to examine it. We needed to move the car out of the middle of the road. My dad told me to hop in the driver's seat and to crank the wheel to the right while he worked to push the car. Once off to the side of the road, I pulled the emergency brake, hopped out of the car, and I looked up. The light craft thing was gone. I asked my dad if he'd seen it leave, and he told me not exactly, but that it had just happened. That he saw a flash of light out of the corner of his eye, and when he looked up, the thing was gone. We were both a bit freaked out, but we had no choice but to turn our focus to the car. My dad went to try the keys again, and it started up right away, with no issues whatsoever. We had no clue what we'd seen in the sky, not exactly. And we didn't know what could make the car react that way. But we did both agree that we thought the two were definitely related. And we thought the car issues made for a decent distraction for that thing to disappear. So, what do you think we saw? Have you ever seen it? When I was younger, I used to walk to our local cemetery and then wander around the cemetery, just admiring the ordnate gravestones and the mausoleums. I got used to the sounds and sights of the cemetery. That was until one evening. Something was off. I wandered around with a large sense of unease, almost as if I was being watched. I end up at my favorite mausoleum, and my sense of unease just grew to an intense measure. I look through the window on the door, and I see what appears to be someone walking around in the corner. Knowing that the grounds crew wasn't there this late, who could this be? I shout, "Hey!" It looks at me and appears to vanish into thin air. The next evening, I do as I normally do, and walk to the cemetery and wander. I walk past this other but smaller mausoleum, and I get a chill and feel paranoia strike. I initially think nothing of it until I hear a creepy, deep giggle. I immediately turn back to the mausoleum I had just passed, and I see that same someone from the night before, leaning from the door, watching me. Not too frightening at first, until this someone just vanishes again, after realizing I saw it. What was this thing, exactly? I have my own theories. What are yours? I'll never have an explanation for what we stumbled upon, but it was pure evil. Whether this abandoned house that my friends and I found in the woods over a decade ago was truly haunted, or just a place for some sort of satanic rituals, I don't think I'll ever know. Regardless, it's so weird and disturbing that it needs to be shared. Maybe, for whatever crazy reason, someone has come across something similar before as well. This was in Chester, Virginia,
On a pretty busy street across from a Walmart shopping center, there's a veterinary office. Behind this office are nothing but woods. Not that far off into the woods, though, was an abandoned house that a couple of friends had heard crazy rumors about. We were deep into the ghost hunting thing around this time and had to go see this for ourselves. We parked in the veterinary office parking lot and made our way into the woods. Not even after a full minute of walking did we see it. A worn-down house with a couple of broken-down vehicles to the side of it. No driveway, no mailbox, no type of yard. We looked around our surroundings, and we could still see the veterinary office. We could see the street and cars passing through the trees, and all we could think was, what in the fuck is this random house doing out here? We slowly made our way inside. When we walked through the front door, the first thing we saw was a purse hanging from the ceiling in front of the door. There were stairs to the right, and near those stairs on the ground was another purse and a child's pink jacket. It's been over a decade, and I remember this so vividly. The floor was completely warped, as if the house had flooded at some point. No graffiti anywhere. To the left was the room that I will never forget, and it drives me crazy to this day that I'll never find any answers. Every wall in this room was covered with Bible pages. Someone had legitimately ripped Bible pages, one by one, out of the Bible and taped them over every part of the wall. The only wall that wasn't completely covered in Bible pages had a hand-painted image in the middle. It was an image of a dagger through a heart. I'd say about 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. It was the weirdest, most unnerving thing I've ever seen. The vibes I got, not just in this house, but this specific room, were unspeakably negative. What the hell could have been going on there? We decided to take a peek upstairs. Nothing nearly as crazy as already described, but still weird. A fold-out chair facing forward in front of the side window. One twin-size mattress. That was it. You just knew something was not right here. We did take pictures, and I wish I knew whatever happened to them. I drove by this area today, and it made me want to share this story. Those woods have been cleared now, and the house no longer exists. I can't believe there's never been any mention of this place since or before then. In our pictures, we saw tons of orbs. We took a picture of the side, upstairs window from outside, and there was a very distinct red orb hovering over the window. Could have just been dust. Who knows? I saw enough crazy shit in there to know whether it was haunted or not. There are some twisted people out there, and I think some innocent people were involved. I hope you enjoyed this very true story, and if you happen to know of anything similar, please share. I would love to one day find clarity on what it was we all stumbled on that day.
When I was in high school, I babysat for one of my mom's coworkers. It was basically the first time I'd actually babysat, and aside from having to watch my cousins here and there, it was the last time I really babysat too. The woman's daughter was about 4 years old, so she wasn't in school yet, but I thought that she was very well spoken for a little girl her age. We spent a lot of time outside since they had this amazing park right next to their house. After we'd about exhausted ourselves there, we headed home for a snack. In addition to being very well spoken, she was also well behaved. She was the one to remind me at snack time, as she probably shouldn't have juice, too much sugar. Wow, more self-control than I had, and she's only 4. After eating some snacks, I started to grab the coloring books and crayons.
As I did this, the child asks me, "Do you ever see a girl swinging? Do you ever see a girl?" It just sounded like a normal kid question. One that's not rooted in much sense due to their lack of really being able to put thoughts together, due to their limited vocabulary. She was just a normal 4-year-old after all. So I answered her question. "Yeah, I've seen a girl swinging before. I just saw you swinging at the park. And I see you swinging right now." As I said that, I grabbed a hold of her little arms and did the swing around thing that all kids love, lifting her feet off the ground and going in circles just a few times. After, and through laughter and catching her breath, she said, "No, not like that. Like this." And she made a motion around her neck, like she was choking. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just said, "Nope, I've never seen that. Let's color." Again, with vocabulary, kids don't always have the pieces to put things together properly. So I wasn't thinking initially that she was meaning to say a girl swinging from her neck. We sat and colored while we listened to some random Sesame Street soundtrack on the TV. I decided to get up and clean up the snack mess, while this little girl seemed very focused on her drawing. Afterwards, I made my way back to the table. I glanced over at her drawing innocently, but I was quickly horrified. What's that you're drawing there?" I had to have sounded uneasy to anyone but this 4-year-old. She smiled and then showed me her picture. She said, "It's not done yet, because I don't think I know how to draw stairs." I tried not to look as horrified as I felt. "Oh," was all that I could get out for a moment. "Is that the girl, the swinging girl you were talking about?" She nodded excitedly, over and over. "Yes, she swings right up there." She pointed to the staircase behind me. I didn't turn around. Not because I was afraid I would see this swinging girl. I was actually sure that I wouldn't. But because I didn't think seeing it or not seeing it myself would make it any less real. The little girl went on to tell me that this girl swings there sometimes, but always from her neck. I helped her with that word, neck. But she also told me that the girl didn't scare her. I asked her how long she'd seen this swinging girl. "Forever I have seen this girl. I see this girl all the time." I asked if she spoke to this girl, and she told me no, this girl doesn't talk. My final question: "Does your mommy know about this swinging girl?" "Mommy doesn't like to talk about the swinging girl." Then this little girl's face turned into a frown. She actually had a bit of sadness to her now. She was looking down at her feet. I quickly changed the subject and moved us into the living room, where the Sesame Street music was. I just started laughing and dancing around. Anything to break this incredibly creepy mood. After all, I still had at least 2 hours before I was relieved of my sitting duties. I basically kept that little girl awake for as long as I could, but eventually it was just cruel to keep her from her slumber. So I swooped her up off the couch and got ready to put her in her bed upstairs. I'd have to go past the landing that she'd previously advised was the swinging girl spot. The girl was getting heavier as I stood there hesitant to make any moves. I could feel my heart racing. I so didn't want to walk up those stairs. "She's not there. It's okay." I almost jumped out of my skin as this tiny voice said those words to me. The little girl was awake now in my arms. I was being reassured by a 4-year-old. The craziest part was I really was being reassured by this child. I found myself walking up the staircase, and I felt calm doing it. By the time we reached the top, the little girl was asleep again. I laid her down in bed, shut out the lights, and went to close the door just a crack, and I heard that same little voice call out from her bed.
"If you want to know, she's swinging now."
I was facing the staircase, looking at the landing. I saw nothing, but I felt everything. A chill swept up the stairs, and I felt it rush around me. No windows were open in this house, and it didn't feel like that kind of breeze anyways. The only way to describe the chill that I felt was that it was normal and that it gave me goosebumps immediately, but it also sort of made my cheeks flush, all at the same time. I felt like I needed to sit down, and so I did. I sat outside that little girl's room until I heard the garage door open. My mom's friend was home, and so I found the courage to rush down the stairs. I greeted her in the doorway. She asked how the night was, and instead of going into all the details, I told her that she had a really lovely daughter. She was smart, well-spoken, and had a great imagination. I actually left in such a hurry that she didn't even get a chance to pay me. She gave my mom a check the following Monday at work, and when my mom gave it to me, I told her the story, how my experience really was. My mom sort of got red in the face and asked if I was serious, telling me not to joke about stuff like that. But then she sort of twisted her face a bit, and she looked down. "What, Mom?" There was something that she obviously wasn't saying. I feel bad even saying this because it's so personal. I obviously pressured my mom into telling me what it was, and so she did. My mom's friend had a sister who was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. She'd lived with her in that house through her 20s and 30s. And just about a year before my mom's friend's daughter, the little girl I was babysitting, before she was born, her sister killed herself in that home. My mom didn't know how, because as she put it, that just isn't the kind of thing you ask when someone tells you something like that. But I have a strong feeling that this woman's sister is the swinging girl. I don't know if you can classify this as paranormal, but it's definitely the weirdest thing that's happened to me. Luckily, it hasn't happened in a while, but it all started when I moved into my house 3 years ago. I'm a pretty neat and tidy person. I'm somebody who has labels. Everything has its place, and I live alone. On top of that, I don't own a lot of things, and I know all of the things that I own. So when I started seeing a white rope just appearing out of nowhere, I got concerned. It was the morning after I moved in, and I was sipping coffee in the kitchen, looking out the window to the backyard. I saw in the middle of my perfectly mowed lawn a white rope, probably 3 feet long, half an inch thick, just sitting there. I remember picking it up and throwing it away. I had no use for it, and it wasn't mine. I assumed that maybe it had come off of the moving truck, something like that. But the next morning, I saw the white rope again, this time in the driveway. Maybe it fell out of the garbage, I told myself, putting it back in the garbage. Probably about a week later, I was cleaning the house, getting ready to have my first dinner party. I was taking the garbage out back, and just outside of the garbage that had already been picked up days before was the white rope.
Again, I explained it away, throwing the rope in the garbage can, taking it out, putting it in a bag, and then putting it back in the garbage can. The next day, after my dinner party, I was cleaning up, and as I took everything out to the garbage, I saw the white rope. This time it was draped over a tree branch in my side yard. I took it and threw it away, and inside the garbage can, I saw the bag with the other white rope. And so I ripped that out, but there was no rope in it, just a bag. This went on for weeks, and it got to the point where I just stopped moving the rope, and I watched it move to different places every day, every other day, with no explanation. I eventually set up cameras, and that was because I found the rope in my house, just in a pantry, like a closet, perfectly rolled up. Same rope, same length, material, width, just inside now. I put it in a bag, I put it in the garage, and now I just, every once in a while, find it in a different spot in the house. A few months ago, I set up a camera just to film the bag and the rope itself. It was almost 2 nights of filming, and I didn't catch anything, and it hasn't moved since. So I don't know if I scared it, or it just doesn't want to communicate anymore. But there's definitely something going on with this white rope. Just have no clue what that is, and would love some help with that. So I've always had an attraction to the paranormal or anything supernatural, even as a young child. My babysitters made me watch A Nightmare on Elm Street when I was 5, and it just sort of went from there. I've never been easily frightened. In fact, I'd say I've been frightened twice in my life. Once was when I thought my house was being broken into. It wasn't. And the other happened when I moved to a house in Manchester at the age of 7. The house was big and creepy to look at, I guess, but my family never really thought so. My bedroom was tiny, and it was all the way at the back of the house. My parents put me there because I was a sleepwalker. Being at the back of the house, they'd hear me walking around before I got too far. The other thing about being there was it was dead silent at night, because it was so far away from everyone else's room. My room had this big, thick-framed window. They were old but very well made, and they also completely nullified outside noise. It was like being in a vacuum once my door closed. My first night in that room left me feeling uncomfortable. I always felt like I wasn't alone in the room whenever I was trying to go to sleep. It unsettled me, but I never mentioned it or complained to my family. I'd been living there for about a half a year, with the same feeling more or less every night. And then, one night I woke up, for absolutely no reason. This was unusual because I'm a deep sleeper, so it rarely happens to me. But I just felt like I shouldn't be asleep, like there was a voice telling me to wake up. Now. I sat up and my room was silent as usual and completely dark. It was always really dark on the floor space because my bunk bed and curtains completely drowned out light. When I sat up, I looked over the side of the top bunk. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel something. I lay back down and tried to clear the feeling I was being watched out of my mind. I turned my head to look out the window and drew the curtains back, and immediately I got the feeling I was being watched again, but closer, like someone had climbed half of the steps on my bed and stopped to look at me. I quickly glanced around, but again I couldn't see anything. Even with the moonlight and streetlights coming through my window. For the third time, I felt I was being watched and turned to the window again. An old man, probably in his 60s, was standing on our garage roof. I immediately shut my eyes. Our garage connected to our house through a little cooler room, and the roof of that room was below my window. I told myself I was imagining things, and I opened them again. He was still there, but closer now. I could see his face clearly. He had deep-set eyes that were brown, balding silver hair, and graying stubble. He had a hooked nose and thin lips. The most bizarre part were his teeth. They were perfect, straight and white, but the moonlight hit them, and it just made them look menacing. His attire looked old. It looked like a costume from Oliver Twist. He was dirty, covered in dry dirt or soot. I could only keep my eyes on him for a second or two before I closed them again. When I opened them, his face was pressed right up against my window. I fainted, or fell back to sleep, and didn't wake up again until the morning. When I woke up, I was on my bottom bunk. I never slept on the bottom bunk. I didn't even have a mattress or sheets on there. I didn't immediately remember the events of the night before, and just assumed I'd been sleepwalking and stopped there. I went through my normal morning routine and got ready for school. My mom dropped me off, and I went into a shop near my school to get some sweets before school. As I walked into the shop, all the events of the night before hit me. I remembered all of it, and it immediately shook me to my core. I was so frightened I told my teacher, who called my mom and picked me up and brought me home. My mom reassured me that it was just a dream. I knew it wasn't. It was weeks until I'd even step foot in my room again. Even longer until I'd sleep in there. Eventually, I did start to sleep in there again. I never saw the old man. I never even dreamed about him. I did have another experience about a year later. This has turned into a longer than planned story, so I won't continue. And I'll add more about the other one later. I was reading some old stuff I'd written about a possible ghostly encounter. I'm not sure if it fits, but it might. So back in late 2016, I was 19, and if I remember correctly, it was mid to late November. It was around 7 to 8-ish p.m., and I was walking into the kitchen to get a snack. I stopped, thinking I heard someone say my name, and I turned around and looked toward the living room and saw some stranger sitting on my living room sofa. This person was wearing a white anarkali dress, South Asian dress. I'll also add a picture that looks similar to what I'm remembering seeing. It was definitely a woman because of the dress, and the figure was sitting with one leg over the other, and their elbow was on the leg that was over the other. And I never did get a good look at the figure's face, though. I then looked away, and I'm not sure I remember why I did. And then I turned to look again, and nobody was there. Then a few days later, I was in my front yard, sweeping my walkway, and I crouched down to get something I dropped. And when I lifted my head up, I saw someone in front of me. It was a female's figure, and this figure was wearing some pretty kick-ass white high heels and a white anarkali dress. And I immediately recognized it as the dress I'd seen a few days prior.
I then stood up, but no one was there. So what do you guys think? Was it possibly a ghost or merely hallucinations? I searched up a woman in white, but it comes back as a story of a woman who died of childbirth and other horrible deaths. I did my weak research for a bit after it happened, and then I gave up because 1, I was lazy, and 2, I couldn't get any answers that seemed to explain. Also, many articles discouraged the thought of seeing ghosts. Nor do I think it was an angel, because all the articles said angels are like a light source. I also didn't really think that it's a jinn either, because they typically bother people for fun and stuff. So I've heard and read, but this seemed super harmless. Anyways, all kinds of comments are welcome. So let's all be honest here. Everyone knows that the rake is nothing more than a creepypasta. However, you cannot deny that people around the world are seeing and having legitimate experiences with this creature, or rather one that resembles the being in the stories, myself included. I've grown up with a relatively open mind in regards to strange phenomena and things that aren't generally accepted by mainstream science or society, but always approach things with appropriate skepticism, too. I have spent a very large majority of my life in the woods, hunting, fishing, and mountain climbing, miles deep in the backcountry. And so, within all of that time, I've observed many different animals, plants, and sometimes things I just simply cannot explain. I've gone camping and trekking solo many times in my life. It was liberating to just pack whatever you needed to survive and go miles deep into the backcountry where animals aren't even afraid of you simply because they aren't familiar with humans. It felt so special to be the only one immersed in that environment, but not anymore. Now, hidden behind all of the natural beauty, is underlying anxiety, fear, and legitimate danger. An environment that once felt so comforting and therapeutic turned into one that drove me absolutely mad with questions and uncertainties, and is now one I will not enter alone, where I know what is possible and what is truly roaming around the forests of Northern America. It was 2016, in the Pocono Mountains of Pennsylvania, that I saw a creature that forever changed my life and the way I perceive the world we live in. The first time I had ever heard of the creature, dubbed the Rake, was during a conversation with a friend who had lived in the area for years and had encountered this creature on multiple occasions in very close proximity to his house. I remember him asking me if I had ever seen anything strange in the large plot of woods across the street from his house, which at the time I had not. However, long before it was brought up, I always had a deep feeling in my chest about this plot of woods. I didn't know what it was. I just knew that it carried a very heavy, dark energy that was strong enough to encourage you to stay out. My friend took out their phone and showed me a picture of the rake. It comes up with any Google search, a very generic picture. I laughed it off, and he warned me about the creature because I genuinely thought he was just growing marijuana or something in the woods, and he didn't want me to find it. I couldn't have been more wrong. Months had passed, with little more than strange noises at night and the sound of some cats being carried off into the dark, until the day that changed my life happened. It was midnight. A rainstorm had just dumped a bunch of rain. Me and a coworker at the time had just clocked out and were heading to the friend's house who had warned me originally about the creature. His house is on a long straight road with a dead end. Very few houses on one side, woods on the other. As we're heading down the road, with high beams on, my coworker slams on the brakes and starts freaking out, saying that he had just saw the creature kneeling down on the shoulder of the road. Instantly, without thought, I jumped out of the car and immediately heard running and crashing through the woods in a parallel line to the road. Thankfully, due to the hard braking, the car shifted slightly so that the high beams were pointed into the woods, and that's when I saw it. That's when my life changed, my beliefs shattered, and my reality turned upside down. A 6-foot-tall, naked creature with grayish-white skin and long arms ran through the section of the woods fully illuminated by the headlights, giving me at least 15 seconds of uninterrupted visual contact with the creature, firmly imprinting it into my head. It ran just like a human being, however, was incredibly fast and jumping over any obstacle in the way until it reached the point where the headlights no longer illuminated the woods. It then pretended to jump and run deeper into the woods. However, it actually turned and headed back to the road, where I lost sight of it in the dark part of the woods for about 30 seconds. As I was standing in the middle of the road, absolutely dumbfounded, with my jaw to the floor, trying to comprehend the severity of the situation, it then crawled out from the woods and crossed the road on all fours, about 60 yards away from me, and disappeared into the woods on the other side. I've been tormented by the creature since. It makes me confused, sad, curious. I can't get the image out of my head. I can't forget the feeling this creature gave me while I lived there, playing and toying with my head in waking life and in my dreams. I don't go into the backcountry alone anymore. I can't enjoy the solitude without anxiety ruining it. I can't be free. This creature exists, and so do others, that we just can't understand. And it's important that people realize this so they can enjoy nature while also being safe. I'm not sure how this post will be taken. I'm not really sure why I felt like now was the time to come out about my story. But it's eating me alive. It's given me crippling anxiety. And I have to do something to try to get this off my chest. Believe me or don't, that doesn't matter to me. I just want people to be safe, and I want my freedom back. And if coming out about this will help, then I'll do anything. The world truly isn't all that it seems.
When I was 18, I had a frightening experience just a few days before Halloween. My big brother Adam, who's 15 years older than I am, had moved out a few years before and was living on his own. He had a few days off from his job as a security guard, and because it was Halloween that weekend, he invited me over for the night. We were very close growing up, despite the age gap, and I had always looked up to him, so I was super excited for the chance to spend some time with him. Just so you know the layout of where I was, Adam's place was part of an apartment complex. It's in the cheaper part of town, but he needed to afford the rent, so that didn't matter to me. Adam's unit is on the ground floor, with the front door and lobby of the building separating his place and the one above it from the two on the other side. In the back is a sort of communal garden area where the people in the building can hang out. The unit itself isn't very big. The door of the unit opens into the main hall of the apartment and a small kitchen living room area, and a small inside hall that leads to the bathroom and Adam's room. Anyway, Adam and I had rented some horror movies to watch, but the whole time I kept getting this weird feeling like someone was watching us. The room is set up so that the living room is facing a wall where the TV is, and to the left is the kitchen and the door that leads to the backyard. The first movie finished. When Adam was picking out the next one, I looked across to try to see out the kitchen window over the sink. It was dark out, so no good there. But I could have sworn that I felt that someone is watching us feeling earlier. I jumped a little when Adam touched my shoulder to get my attention, and he laughed, ruffling my hair. "Too scary for you, kid?" he asked, using his nickname for me due to the age gap. I quickly shook my head, and we kept watching the next movie. The feeling went away after that, and we enjoyed the remainder of the evening. Around midnight, we turned in. Adam went to his room, and I stayed on the couch to sleep. I remember waking up to use the bathroom later on. I was half asleep, so I don't remember the exact time. And while I was going past the door to the yard, I got that feeling again. I looked out the kitchen window, but couldn't make anything out. On the way back from the washroom, though, just as I was nearing the couch, the wall lit up slightly. It took me a moment to realize it was the glow of the sensor light outside. It was coming in from the kitchen window, and I hesitated. I felt a little cold for some reason, and I didn't want to see what was going on, but found myself walking over anyway. The yard was empty, and I stared around a bit, trying to see if there was an animal or something that might have set it off. The light didn't quite make it into the corners of the yard, and when my eyes adjusted, I saw someone crouching in the corner by the fence. I froze, totally awake now, staring at the person, and even though I couldn't see them clearly, I felt them staring back. The light went out, startling me, and I took a step back from the window, about to go wake Adam, but I only got one step back when the light came back on. This time, I could see them clearly, and I was absolutely terrified by what I saw. They were dressed in old, tattered jeans and a dark gray hoodie that was zipped up. But the creepiest thing was the mask that they had on. It looked like one of those bandanas you see sometimes, where it looks like you have a skeleton mouth, except this one covered their entire head, so it looked like a skull under the hoodie. The eyes must have had black over them, because I couldn't see them, but I could see his head tilt down and look at their hands, which had black gloves on. And in the right hand was a knife, a bloody knife. The person pointed the knife at me, as if he was silently saying, "You're next." And he started walking toward the back door. I ran to Adam's room, and I shook him all over as hard as I could until he woke up. He was swearing at me angrily for waking him up like that, but I was trembling, and all I could get out was, "Some guy, back door." He stared at me in confusion for a moment before we both heard a loud slam on the back door, like the guy was trying to kick it down. "Stay here," Adam told me, and I nodded as he ran out of the room. I could hear him opening a drawer in the kitchen, and by the sounds of it, he was grabbing a knife of his own. The banging suddenly stopped, and I stood on Adam's bed to look out the window in his room. The yard was empty, and I was about to call for Adam when Skull Guy popped up right in front of the window. I swear, like the cheapest jump scare in a horror movie. I yelled and I fell off the bed, and Adam came hurrying in as Skull Guy smacked the bottom of the knife handle against the window, cracking the glass. I'd landed on the floor, and Adam stood in front of me as Skull Guy tried to break the window. Just before he did, we saw him look off to one side and then suddenly take off. I tried to get up, but Adam pushed me back down, and he got on his bed to look out. He told me later that he could see the figure leaping over the fence as he looked out. There was a knock on our front door, making us both jump, and Adam went to the door, still holding his knife and asking, "Who is it?" He sounded like he meant business. And a voice said, "It's Tom. You boys all right?" Adam called for me and then opened the door. It was his neighbor from the upstairs unit. Tom, who had heard the noise and seen the lights, called the cops. They came to take our statements, and one of the neighbors had called our parents to let them know what happened. The cops told us they'd be especially careful, since it was Halloween the next day, and so they'd put a warning on the radio. I had told them about the bloody knife the guy had, and they explained that there was a murder close by, and that they'd been looking into when they got the call to come here. They said it was pretty violent, and that we were lucky that the guy ran off. Adam and I stayed awake the rest of the night, and Adam called our parents to let them know we were safe officially, and that we'd spend the night over there tomorrow. Thankfully, we didn't hear anything about the guy on Halloween, but I still get creeped out knowing that guy is out there somewhere. And he was ready to break in and kill me, just for having seen him out the window. And that someone is watching feeling I had before. The cops figured the guy had passed by the house earlier when he was on his way to the home of the poor people he'd killed, and that he'd been scouting our place out. That thought kept me awake the next night, too. Something happened in my apartment last year, 2020. It made me feel a bit crazy. Only recently have I realized I wasn't imagining things. I was laying down on my bed watching TV. It was probably around 11, because I was watching the local nightly news. My bedroom window was closed, as were the shades, and my bedroom door, too. And so the only light in the room was from my phone and my TV. I felt something warm right above me. It felt almost like a raindrop, but very warm. As I felt my head, it wasn't wet. I looked up and I saw a very bright yellow light. It only hovered in place for one moment before zipping right through my bedroom wall. The whole event instantly felt off, and so I ran out of my room to see if the light was still there. And it was, hovering just above the kitchen sink. But just like it had last time, it moved so quickly as soon as I looked at it. This time, it went straight through my balcony door to the outside, leaving a faint trail of light behind it. I ran out to my balcony, but I couldn't see it any longer. There were lots of normal streetlights, but not that light. So that happened about 6 months ago. But just recently, my cousin came to stay with me for a few days while her condo was being painted. On the first night, I gave her my bed while I took the couch. It was around midnight that I was laying there, eyes closed, and I felt the same warmth above me, like a hot raindrop. My eyes shot open, and there was that same yellow light hovering right between my eyes. Then it shot off, going directly through my bedroom wall. I wasn't even off the couch yet when I heard my cousin let out a quick scream. I met her at the bedroom door, and before she could explain anything, I asked if she saw the yellow light. She responded by asking me what the hell that thing was. I explained that I had no idea, but that it wasn't the first time that it had shown up here. The thing moves really fast and seemingly through walls or other solid objects. So, does anyone got a clue as to what this yellow light is all about? When I was younger, I had a best friend named Sophia. She was a young girl about my age, and she wore a white dress with flip-flops. And we would play games, have play dates, all the time. We played princess and cook and all sorts of fun things, and we were best friends. Our friendship soon turned odd when Sophia began acting strange. She appeared slightly different than normal, and she started to come in the middle of the night and wake me up, asking to play. She began to tell me things when someone would get hurt or a strange occurrence would happen. Eventually, she would ask me to do things, and if I didn't do these things, bad things could happen. And eventually, she asked if it was okay if she could be me. I didn't understand what she meant, so I went to bed. Now at this point, I shared a bunk bed with my sister, and I would wait for her to fall asleep on the top bunk, and me and Sophia would sneak off and play. If my parents heard us, she would hide in her place and I would pretend to sleep. One night, she came to me, and I was really tired, so I told her I didn't want to play. And she got very angry with me, and she told me bad things could happen if I didn't. And while sitting on the edge of the bed, she touched me for the first time, and her shockingly cold touch sent chills through my whole body, terrifying me. I screamed out for my parents, waking my sister, and sending Sophia into the shadows just before my parents turned on the light. I told them what was going on, and they blamed my overactive imagination, claimed she was just imaginary, and that it wasn't real. The next few weeks, I closed the closet before bed, only to wake up to see her illuminated by a nightlight, standing with the closet door behind her, asking for me to come and play, and whispering scary thoughts into my head. And every night, I refused to answer, calling to my parents to close the door when she'd opened it, and they accused me of opening the door for attention, and they began screaming at me to stop. My sister woke up a few times when the door opened, and she tried to defend me, but she only got in trouble for lying. For the next few days, my sister let me sleep on the top bunk with her, till her mom yelled at us and made us sleep apart, only for the cycle to continue. My mom got sick of me asking to close the door every night, and observed the pattern of when it happened and waited to catch me in the act. She burst in one night when she heard the door opening, to find that I was tucked in bed. She watched as the door slowly creaked open, and she flicked on the light. She began to believe everything, apologizing for yelling and screaming at me, not believing, and forcing me to deal with it on my own. That's when she called in a psychic. The woman came in and read the room, asking me about my friend, and telling me she wasn't actually friendly, and that I needed to tell her to go away, and that she wasn't welcome here anymore. The next night, I told her that I wasn't her friend, and I never wanted to see her again, and she left. I was finally able to sleep peacefully, until the night everything changed. I had been sleeping in my parents' room, and I woke up to the sound of the closet creeping open. And there she was, Sophia. She was staring at me from just inside the door, and slowly she crept forward until she was directly next to me. I was frozen with fear. She crept on top of me, holding me down, and I was stuck, staring into her cold, lifeless eyes as fear encased me. Suddenly, I could feel my mom moving next to me, and it pulled me out. A blood-curdling scream erupted from within me, and my mother bolted up and was silenced with fear as she saw a tall, pitch-black shadow looming over me. She held on to me and tried to wake up my father, pounding her fist onto his chest and arms unable to let out a whisper. He finally woke up, shooting out of bed, threatening the demon, which flew over the bed and retreated out the window into the night. My mom and dad both swear that this thing was trying to get me and possess me. And honestly, I believe it. The way it needed me to agree, and when I didn't, it got mad. And honestly, terrifying. We moved shortly after, and that specific entity is no longer around. Has anyone ever had an encounter on haunted Route 44 in Rehoboth, Massachusetts? Recently, my girlfriend and I had a weekend that really had no significant plans, and we decided to make the hour or so trip to the road in question. Despite Route 44 having quite a reputation, we drove there expecting nothing, and that's mostly what we got. If you don't know the history behind the hauntings of that road, it is mostly about a man with red hair, a red beard, and red flannel shirt. Numerous people have died on the specific stretch of Route 44 in question, one of which fits the description of the red-headed hitchhiker. Common encounters are spotting him along the side of the road. Some even stop to pick him up, which either results in the man vanishing or taunting the driver. Other common reports are that he sometimes just appears in your vehicle, as well as unexplained car troubles. We traveled the paranormal hotspot of Route 44 multiple times around 1 a.m. that night. We even tried shutting the vehicle off and turning it back on to see if we would experience any issues. For the most part, it was just a fun night and an excuse to get out of the house and back on the road for the first time since the fall. However, one strange event did occur that I cannot explain. At one point, the back seat got very cold like a freezer. This cold was so intense I could feel it tingling the back of my neck. One might think it was just due to it being cold outside, but the dashboard isn't the only source of heat in my vehicle. Backseat passengers have their own heating vents, so the distribution of heat is very good. I have never liked modern vehicles, so I've never owned one. The vehicle I was driving that night was an old barn find, Jeep Cherokee, I restored years ago, and have driven daily ever since. The reason I bring this up is because its engine is made of cast iron, while vehicles today are aluminum. I have heard that cast iron can temporarily eliminate or weaken an entity on contact. It has always made me wonder if maybe the reasoning behind my lack of experiences on haunted roads is due to the materials used to create my Cherokee. I've driven down many haunted roads over the years, and aside from locals acting like deranged lunatics, I haven't seen much. I have, however, seen and heard lots at haunted locations that did not involve a road. This story happened about 8 years ago, and it still pops into my head from time to time, so I thought I'd share it here.
If you have experienced anything similar to what I'm about to tell you, please let me know. So it was 2013, and little 12-year-old me was laying in bed. It was probably about 10 p.m., I'm assuming because that's when I usually went to bed. I was laying on my side, facing a wall, and I heard walking. It sounded fairly close to me. I thought nothing of it because I thought that maybe it was my sister or something going to use the bathroom. From what I can remember, the walking was very slow-paced, which I thought was weird. The walking then stopped, but I didn't hear the door open for the bathroom, and I know that I would have heard it because it's just across from my bedroom. After a while of facing the wall, I decided to turn onto my other side, which would mean I would now be facing my open door. When I flipped over, I gasped and froze. I couldn't move at all, and I was holding my breath. And I'll never forget what I saw. It was a tall man, dressed in a long black coat, with a big hat on. The man was very tall, and I know this may sound odd, but he was darker than the pitch-black darkness that swallowed my room. He was standing in the furthest corner, in my room, just staring at me. He didn't move whatsoever, and neither did I. I don't know how long I was frozen staring at him, holding my breath. It could have only been a minute, but it felt like forever. I can't describe the terror that came over me when I saw him standing there. I can't even remember what I was thinking at the time. Then, I woke up in the morning. I don't even remember falling asleep or exhaling. I just woke up. Now, some of you may be thinking, that was all probably a dream, maybe even sleep paralysis. I would think that too, had it not been for the 2 large footprints in the carpet, right where I saw him standing the night before. I did take a picture of the footprints, but sadly, that picture is gone. I've looked for it everywhere, and I just can't find it. So, you'll have to take my word for it. I told my sister about what I'd experienced the next morning, and she said, "Have you ever heard of the Hat Man?" I said no, and she explained to me who he was. After researching a bit, I found that there are a few people who have also seen this man, and they also say he doesn't do anything but stare at them. It has been 8 years, and I haven't seen him since. Maybe it was all in my imagination, but it felt so real. I refused to sleep in my room for years after that because I was afraid I'd see him again. Luckily, I never did, and I hope I never do. So this has to be one of my fondest interactions between myself and other beings. I went into the meditation with the hopes of making contact with the same beings that I had previously made contact with. But I got something much more exciting. First, I began with my normal meditation techniques. Using a custom-made crystal grid antenna array consisting of high vibrational crystals, such as rose quartz, moldavite, amethyst, merlinite, aura quartz, selenite, and lapis, along with others. Once I had that set up, I began to clear my mind, ground myself, and expand my consciousness so that I could become one with my surrounding energies and the universe itself. Once I felt ready, I pushed my consciousness far out into the universe so that I could meet with someone, anyone who was willing to do the same. I showed whoever was listening visions of our solar system and our planets,
which planet I was on, where my home was. I introduced myself and my family, and I began to show them who we were and what we were like. By this time in my meditation, I could feel myself bleeding out and becoming one with everything. I was everything, and everything was me. I could see every single vein in my body exploding with blue and white energy, flowing down into the earth and spreading out, touching everything and everyone. I could see and feel everything that was, is, and ever will be within this existence. All of a sudden, I was shown what looked like a galaxy of some sort, medium-sized, very white, sandy color, cloudy, with a bright center, and two smaller arms, like shark fin-shaped, spiral galaxy arms. I was then shown a star system with 4 inner planets, one large, possibly gaseous planet with a ring, and maybe 2 smaller outer planets that were all spinning around this star very fast. The main planet, which I believe to be theirs, was very Earth-sized, with a sandy brown color and patches of blue and green. Their atmosphere looked blue and purple, very thin. Next, I saw a family of beings wearing what looked like very thin, fine, blue, white silk robes. They had what looked like pale purple skin. They were very happy and loving. They had large, flat, angular faces, and they had what looked like normal-sized eyes, noses, mouths. Very human, yet very not. I was then shown what I now know to be memories of these beings. I saw these strange hills of blue and green, orange land. I saw a medium-sized planet or moon just over that hill with a small, very dim light, about 2/3 the brightness of our own, surrounded in a dense cloud of sandy white dust. I saw homes in the sides of the hills, and they looked like domed honeycomb-like structures, very simple and made out of a strange pasty white cement-like stone. I have no idea what material it actually was. That's just my best description. I saw the being standing in front of their home, almost like a family portrait. They were happy and all looking at me, like they were introducing themselves to me, or perhaps saying goodbye. I'm not sure. They smiled at each other, and then all smiled at me. The taller beings in the back, with their hands on the shoulders of what I assume was their children, in front of them. After it happened, and after I returned, I was left with a sense of awe and a longing to go back. This experience has been absolutely breathtaking, and I myself have trouble knowing it happened. I shared my life and location, and someone across the universe shared theirs. It was truly an amazing experience, and I can't imagine what else is out there for me to explore. I had an encounter that I've never been able to explain. When I was 10, I was wandering through my backwoods on St. Patrick's Day. By that point, I was well aware that leprechauns were not real, so I wasn't looking for anything so much as just killing some time. No neighbors behind our house know anything, just woods. I knew the woods very well and was extremely comfortable spending days wandering around. At one point, I stopped walking for a bit
and was just looking around when I hear some sticks break. I looked over, thinking I was about to see a deer, when all of a sudden, out walks a 7-foot-tall leprechaun with orange hair. No mask on or anything like that. Just a huge dude dressed as a leprechaun in the middle of the fucking woods with orange hair and a beard. He didn't see me, and I totally froze up. I watched him walk for maybe 10, 15 seconds. The only thing I can remember thinking is, I can't do nothing. I was frozen, but somehow managed to yell out, "Hey, you." Dude stopped in his tracks and turned his head and looked at me and sort of grinned. Lost all courage at that point, turned around and ran faster than I ever have in my life. Have no clue if he gave chase or not, but in my mind it felt like he was right behind me, and I never slowed or looked back. This experience has drove me nuts ever since it happened because I just don't know how to explain it. Nobody knew where I was going, so it wouldn't have been a setup. I've asked my parents, and they both say that they didn't have anything to do with it, and they thought I just made it up as a kid. Thinking about it as an adult, my best guess is that I saw something that day, and my brain just wasn't able to process it, and my mind turned it into something that I could understand. And since it was St. Patrick's Day, I ended up seeing a leprechaun. I honestly have no idea, though, and it stuck with me for years. I've never seen anything paranormal, or whatever you want to call it, since. Also, I've always hated the fact that in a world where people see ghosts, UFOs, and Bigfoot, I had to see the most ridiculous thing possible. Figured I'd throw it out and see if anybody else had any explanations or similar experiences. Now, whether you actually believe in the paranormal or just enjoy reading spooky stories in an attempt to scare yourself, this is one of the many paranormal experiences I've had, arguably the most terrifying, converting one of the eyewitnesses from a skeptic to completely believing in the paranormal and actually taking it seriously. My friends and I have always been quite fond of doing urbex exploring. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's when you go out and look for abandoned and derelict buildings to explore and photograph. We didn't go out searching for the haunted side of things. We just enjoyed the eeriness and also the beauty of old abandoned places. Living in Scotland, a lot of these abandoned places are normally surrounded by amazing scenery, from hills and mountains to thick forests and lush fields. So we'd always make a day out of it when we'd go exploring. One house in particular was our favorite, so much so that we had already visited a couple of times prior to this experience. Myself and two of my best friends, who we'll call C and B, decided to go back, but the condition of the place had declined quite rapidly since the last time we'd been there, and everything seemed very unstable, but we didn't let that stop us. Finding that our usual entry spot had been boarded up, we felt quite defeated, but decided to look for another entryway. After searching around for a while, we noticed that the roof on one of the lower parts of the house had been damaged by fire and was practically all gone. It wasn't the easiest to get up to, using a tree and each other to do so, but we finally got in. It was going relatively normal. We were wandering around the inside, searching and admiring the rooms that we could still get into, being terrified by the occasional bird, being spooked by our footsteps, and taking photos of the amazing architecture. However, something was different this time. The whole place felt off, and a little more eerie than it normally did. I've always been what you would describe as spiritually inclined, so I felt this more than my friends did. One of them was a complete skeptic, so he just brushed it off and said that we were over-exaggerating and making things up. His mind was going to be completely changed after leaving this house. After exploring the top 3 floors as much as we could, cringing at the spray paint art the vandals had left, we were on the ground floor, just having a chat and discussing how much the house's condition had really declined. We were standing in one of the hallways, almost in a triangle formation. I was standing in a door frame with my back towards the empty room, with C to my left and B to my right. I was still feeling a little uneasy, but I didn't give much thought to it. As we were all conversing about the plans for the rest of the day, I felt something on my back. It felt like someone had run their hand down my back. From the base of my neck to the center of my back, I felt a firm, consistent pressure until the pressure tapered off down to the base of my back. It was over within seconds. I felt all the color drain from my face as I frantically jumped forward with a scream. B and C both looked at me in confusion and asked what happened and if I had hurt myself. In a haze of confusion and dizziness, I wasn't able to form any words. Never mind describing what I had just felt. I regained my bearings and took a couple of deep breaths before trying my best to explain the sensation of being touched. B's face turned a little pale as she saw how serious I was being. However, C was a skeptic. He laughed and thought I was joking, or that I'd accidentally hit something without realizing, or a bug had hit me. I knew that wasn't the case, because for a split second, before it happened, I felt every single hair on my body stand up as a warning to what was about to happen. Being slightly freaked out, B and myself managed to convince C that it was time to leave. On top of what had just happened, it was also getting a little cold. While making our way to the same section that we'd entered through, I started to feel a burning sensation run down my back. Like someone had taken hot coals or a flame down my back. Starting to freak out again, I asked B to check if anything was there. Asking her what was wrong. I automatically knew something was wrong because she didn't give me a response. She was just silent. Next thing I knew, B was calling over C to come and look, which made my anxiety spike up more. From the look on C's face, I became increasingly worried. They both nervously told me that there were marks going down my back. Obviously not being able to see my back myself, I asked them to take a picture for me to see. Looking at the photo, there were 3 distinctive scratches going down my back, exactly where I'd felt something or someone touching me. At first, C was convinced that I'd done it to myself or caught myself on something, but after examining the scratches more, he determined that that couldn't have been. The scratches went under my bra strap, which would have been impossible for me to do without them noticing. At this point, we were all trying to keep calm while internally freaking out. We tried to make our way out as quick as we could without injuring ourselves, climbing back over the wall of the house and through the hole where the roof used to be. We collectively walked a few feet away from the house and stopped to look back at it. Still trying to understand what had just happened, we all agreed that we'd go back to the car and never come back here. The walk back to the car, which took around 20 minutes, was relatively uneventful. Apart from a continuous uneasy feeling that we were being watched or followed and occasionally thinking we could hear footsteps behind us, it was actually quite peaceful, taking in the Scottish countryside. We got to the car,
where we sat and had a smoke, still trying to completely calm ourselves down. It's safe to say that after that day, C took a lot of time to process the events, but undoubtedly became a believer. We swore to never come back to this house, but for some reason, we're always drawn back to it. It's like an urge to come back and visit, like an itch that you can't quite scratch. Maybe we're just drawn in by the eeriness or the mystery around that day. Or maybe it's something more than that. When I was younger, I spent a lot of time in hospitals. Originally, my parents thought that I had a form of epilepsy. They would find me outside my bed in the mornings, sometimes convulsing, and other times just passed out. When it happened more than once or twice, they made an appointment for me to see some doctors. As it would turn out, I had a form of acute lymphoid leukemia, also known as ALL. It basically meant that I had cancer. But adolescent cancer treatments were and are a bit more advanced than most of the cancers found in adults. So with a lot of treatment, a good team of doctors and nurses, I survived. My parents would often talk about this time period in our lives, which I didn't mind. Like I said, I did survive. But also, I don't remember a lot from that time period, so it's nice to hear them talk about how strong I was or how happy I was. They tell me stories about the doctors and nurses, how they loved me, I loved them, how I would sing for other kids and our family. To be honest, I don't remember all of that. There are some things I do remember, though. Things that I've never really felt like telling my parents. Maybe because I remember them not really taking me seriously when I brought it up as a child. What I remember most about the hospital is the little boy. At the time, I think I genuinely believed that he was a little boy in the hospital who was very good at hide and seek. But as I got older, I realized that wasn't really the case at all. That the reason I could never catch up to this little boy, or why he always seemed to disappear, was because maybe he wasn't really there at all. Or at least not anymore. He wore clothes like all of the other kids in the hospital would wear, but he did look different. And when he would talk to me, he would do it without moving his mouth. I always seemed to know where to find him, and he always seemed to know where to find me, too. I remember him being there most when nobody else was. There were times when my parents couldn't both be there, or they couldn't be there at all, just for small periods of time. And those were the times that I would usually see the little boy. Or at nighttime, I would wake up and I would see the little boy in my room. He didn't scare me, but it was too late to play. I would always have to tell him that. I remember asking one of the nurses about the little boy, asking her who he was and where his parents were. The nurse, like my parents, didn't seem to know what I was talking about. So yeah, like I said, I don't really remember a lot about the hospital or that time period in our lives. But I certainly remember the little boy. I still have no explanation for this experience. My girlfriend saw my doppelganger, and it scared the hell out of her. I'll try to give as much detail as possible and keep this from going on for too long. This happened back in the summer of 2015 when I was serving in the United States Army Reserves. I was stationed in southern Alabama in a transportation company. Sometimes, my girlfriend would come with me on drill weekends, and we would crash at a friend of hers' apartment, which is where this incident took place. This particular weekend, we were in a large convoy in the middle of nowhere.
on some back road out in the sticks over 100 miles from the city. That was when I got the most confusing, bizarre, and downright creepy phone call of my young life. She was in utter hysterics. She was crying and screaming, wondering why I would frighten her so badly, what the fuck my problem was, and asking me how I even pulled it off. After I was finally able to calm her down, this is the story she relayed to me. Sometime that afternoon, her friend was at work, and she was at the apartment by herself. Suddenly, there was a loud bang on the door. Not a knock, several loud, violent bangs. After looking through the peephole, she saw me. But there was something off. She says I was wearing my army uniform. It looked like me, but that I had this very angry, aggravated look on my face. She opened the door, wondering why I was home so early, and apparently without saying a word, I angrily blew past her, shoulder-checking her into the wall, and quickly walked down the hall, taking a left into the bedroom, slamming the door behind me so hard the whole place shook. She was very alarmed and confused about why I was home so early and in such an agitated state. I mean, that is so out of character for me. I'm not a violent guy at all. On top of that, if something did happen to set me off, she would have been the first to hear about it. So, she's walking behind me, trying to get some information out of me, and she opens the bedroom door and sees the closet door slam shut. She proceeds to run over to see what I'm doing in her friend's closet and claims that when she opened the door, it was completely empty. That was when she had a panic attack and called me. Imagine my shock and confusion hearing that story, knowing that I was well over 100 miles away at the time. She finally believed me after I sent her a photo of my current GPS location, which only served to freak her out more. I thought that there must be some kind of rational explanation for what she saw. I'll be honest and say she smoked a little weed here and there, but at the time I know she was sober. She didn't mess around with hard drugs or drink, and she didn't have any mental illness of any kind. Over the years since that happened, I came to learn about doppelgangers. I don't really know what they mean, what they represent, or why they come around. All I know is that they are creepy as shit. And a girl I dated for several years came face to face with mine, and it put the fear of God into the poor girl. Take from this story what you will, and honestly, I don't care if anyone believes it or not. I just have to get it off my chest.
So this all has happened in the past, obviously. But it spans from around 6 to 7 years ago to about a year ago at its most recent. I'll try to keep it as chronological as I can, starting when I first actually remember seeing one, a shadow person. And for the first year or two of seeing shadow people, I would only see them, or it, outside, fairly far away. Like if I was playing outside with the neighbors, I would see something tall, like taller than a normal person, shoot from one house to another. And any time I asked a neighbor, they would say nothing was there. And once I even ran over to see if it was a dog or something. I know that's a stupid explanation, but nothing was there. This continued for a while, until one point, I noticed them at night. I'd see it stand just out of view, under a lamppost, and I could tell it was there, like I got the feeling I was being watched. Shortly after, as I started seeing it more often, I was in my room one night, being a kid, on an iPad, and I heard a noise from the side of my room. I had a flashlight, and shining it around the room, I saw nothing. I was in a loft bed, so I was scared there was something beneath it. But there was nothing. I don't know why.
but I shone the light towards the vent that was visible from my bed, and I definitely remember seeing an all-black face with glossy, beady eyes staring at me, then moving away from the light. I screamed. My mom came in, found nothing. About 3 years ago, one apparently was following me as I left in the dark early morning for the school bus. I didn't see this. My neighbor told me this, that as I left the garage and I left late, everyone else was already at the stop. I walked down the middle of the road and my neighbor yelled something to me, but I don't remember what it was. What I do remember is him and my sibling telling me that there was a tall, dark man right behind me. Checking the camera above the garage showed that nobody was present. Around 2 years ago, I abruptly stopped seeing it. This led me to believe that I was just seeing things and that it really didn't matter at all. But again, at night, I woke up to a feeling of something watching me. I rolled over and looked across my room towards the door, and I saw a large, hulking figure hunched over like it didn't fit in the room. I was too scared to move, but it literally faded away in front of me and disappeared. A month or so after that, I woke up with the same sensation, and I chose not to roll over, to ignore it, and I'm sure that it touched me. I felt a sharp jab, as if someone poked you a little too hard on my upper back. I jumped so hard and didn't go to sleep the rest of the night. Finally, I was telling the neighbors about all of this, and they seriously told me that a girl who lived down the street had the exact same thing. Like, she told a similar story before she moved. It was really freaky. As of the last 8+ months, I haven't seen or heard from it since. Honestly, I'm kind of curious about it at this point. In February of 2012, I went to visit my grandfather's grave for his birthday. His death was a really hard thing for me to deal with, as he died in March of 2011, and it was still very fresh to me. I was kneeling in front of his grave, with my head down, mourning and crying, when my body went into full danger is close by mode. I looked up to see a man running full sprint from the woods surrounding the cemetery, and forced myself to get in my truck as quickly as possible, without the man getting too close to me. By the time I made it to my truck, he'd gotten about 50 feet from me. I jumped in and locked the door, much to his apparent displeasure. He threw his hands up in a huff like his favorite team had just lost a football game. I started the truck and started to drive out as fast as I could, but not before driving right past him. I didn't break eye contact for a second, and neither did he, so I got a really good look at his face. Cut to a few years later, I'm at work, bored, and decided to download an app that had a ton of paranormal, cryptid, serial killer, and UFO articles. As I was browsing through the serial killers, I came across one that made my heart drop into my ass. Israel Keyes, most known for murdering an underage girl in Alaska, dismembering her body and dropping the pieces into a frozen lake. He would bury kill kits in places long before he ever committed the crimes. After the incident in Alaska, He had traveled into Texas for a wedding in a city not too far from where I lived, and had disappeared for a bit, and no one in his family knew where he was. He was arrested in that city and brought to the prison in one city over from me before he was extradited back to Alaska to stand trial. About a year ago, I found a book about him, and it provided a lot of the details I've given here. He had been killing for years, and no one knows what the actual death toll is. He actually killed himself in prison. At the end of the book about him, he described some of his favorite places to abduct people: public parks and cemeteries. I often wonder if there's a kit buried in those woods. You were fast, Israel, but I was faster, and I'm glad we didn't officially meet. Around the end of December last year, my husband and I were forced to move out of our old apartment into a new one. We were being shot at along with several of our neighbors, and we couldn't be in the environment any longer. So we moved into a historic district of our local downtown area. The place that we're renting now is a sixplex in an old historic house. The first night we moved in, we were pulling into the driveway and didn't have any curtains up. We looked up and both my husband and I saw what looked like a long black robe and a shadow walking through our living room, into the kitchen, and out the door. Of course, the door wasn't opened, but this entity walked through our house. We both saw it, continued to be able to see it, and watched it leave. We didn't really think anything of it. Since then, we've seen several other black shadows, tall ones, walking around our home. I've always been spiritually sensitive and have been able to see things since I can remember. My husband, however, is not used to it. I'm also not entirely sure that the shadows were tall, but they may have appeared tall because of the robe-like appearance of them. We've been struggling over the past month with sewage problems and plumbing problems that have to do with the shoddy work from the plumber who was here before us, not finishing their work. We haven't been able to use our kitchen or living room for the better part of a month and have been having to order takeout. It's getting quite expensive. The point of this is to say that we've been primarily living out of our bedroom. We've been seeing an increase in shadow figures. In the middle of a discussion the other day, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye, and when I turned, I saw what looked like pitch black fingers on the door and a sort of upper body sticking out from the bedroom door. It reacted almost as though it saw me seeing it and quickly moved out of my sight toward the living room. I audibly said, "I see you," just to clarify that I could in fact see it. So, fast forward to today, and the maintenance people on site said something to my husband. I got a text from him. We aren't yelling across the house, that's why we're texting, just to clarify. Saying that our house, to my surprise, used to be a nunnery. Suddenly, all of this makes sense. Everything I've been seeing, everything that my husband has been seeing, all of it makes sense. I don't feel necessarily threatened from the things we're seeing because we're only seeing them and we're not experiencing anything outside of visual disturbances. But I thought that it was worth pointing out and bringing to the community. I'm a big proponent of learning something new every day, and this is a perfect example. When I was 8, I attended my younger brother's exorcism. He was 6, and there was a patch in our childhood where he was experiencing vivid night terrors. He would often explain these night terrors to me in whispers after waking up from them on the lower bunk and climbing up to mine. So often that my second-grade teacher noticed how tired I was in class and kept me in one day from recess to ask about my recent exhaustion for academics. Believing I was telling a simple, annoying little brother story, I told her about my slumbers, constant interruptions, waking up in the middle of the night so my annoying little brother can tell me about his scary nightmares. She immediately started asking the uncomfortable, "This may be a CPS phone call," questions, which I replied, "What? No, nobody at our house is diddling us." My brother's dreams were not even about him being hurt. They're about him hurting my mom and me. Every other night, he crawls into my bed and says, "I just had a dream I killed you and Mom again." Then, he'd tell me how he did it that time, apologize, and cry himself back to sleep. Just then, I remember getting that gut feeling that I said too much, because my teacher had a distinct look of concern that she couldn't hide. She then proceeded to get my brother's teacher involved, whose classroom was 2 doors down, which then led to my mom being called. That's when I was certain I had previously said too much. We usually take the bus home after school, but my mom was there at the end of the day to pick us up. Before we left, we had to sit in the office while she talked to the school counselor behind a closed door. The school didn't offer my mom any helpful advice on how to combat the situation, and when we got in the car, she questioned my brother more on his night terrors. He started out by telling her, "It's mostly with a knife or a hammer. I once used a drill." Now, I was either too desensitized from hearing these stories on repeat for months, or had no point of reference at that age to understand the level of worry these adults were seemingly having over these dreams. Because in that moment, I remember genuinely being surprised that my mom's face contorted the same way my teacher's did. When he continued, my brother described scenes where he's not alone while committing the acts, and someone is in the room with him, watching from the corner. My mom asks if it's his brother, me, watching from the corner. Immediately he says no, almost in a tone defensive of my character, and replies, "Dylan always dies first. Then I go to your room." I watch my brother's eyes well up with tears, and he starts to sob while asking my mom if she's mad. She tells him no, and then does the only thing a parent can do in that moment: consoles her crying child. In 1993, my mom was a single mother with 2 young children living in a small apartment. All of our family is from out of state. We moved to escape an abusive father that she didn't want us to know. With no outlet to turn to for answers, she sought help from our local church. We weren't members of the church, nor were we religious in any way, but somehow, a desperate plea from my mother that I overheard through thin walls one night, the pastor agreed to get her connected to an older couple that lived literally across the street from the church. He said they would help us. When the day arrived of our little church meet and greet, that I'd later find out to be my brother's exorcism, my mom made us dress nice, all while threatening us about being on our best behavior. We arrived and walked up the stairs of an old wooden house until we were greeted by 2 wrinkled smiles. We walked in, and I noticed the whole house was dark. Every light was off, and every shade drawn. The only illumination was coming from the brief instant of us opening the door to enter, and the soft glow from the sun behind the dark, closed curtains. The front door we entered from
leads to their living room, and from there, we were sat on a long couch. My brother sat in between my mom and I, and the old couple sat on chairs opposite of us, but more huddled toward the middle to where my brother was. They ask us if we know any Christian songs that we can quietly sing together with our eyes closed. A hard couple seconds of silence pass before my mom saves us from looking like complete godless heathens, quickly suggesting he's got the whole world in his hands. My brother and I join in, and we quietly begin singing the only lyrics we know of the only religious song we know, while the old man reminds us to keep our eyes closed and to focus on the Holy Spirit when singing. The couple then begin to mumble and chant in tongues, while leaning in and placing their hands on my brother's shoulders. It feels like at least 10 minutes of this go by until the old man starts to shake my brother harder. The old woman pulls out of her tongue speaking for a moment to remind us to stay focused on the holy word before turning back and starting to shout indistinguishable words at my brother. The old man gets up, knocking the chair back that he was sitting on, and shouts, "I found you, demon. Leave this child," and begins to quote scripture while shaking my brother progressively harder. I only knew this by piecing together sounds of the old man's voice getting closer and my brother's body bouncing harder off the couch that we were sitting on. From start to end, this event lasted, at most, an hour. My mom thanked them, and my brother stopped talking about his night terrors after that meeting. Either one, because they cured him, or two, because he didn't want to go through that again. One thing that I never told my mom or my brother is that I snuck a peek near the end of the session. I couldn't resist not knowing what all the movement was. I slowly opened up my right eye in a squint, and I saw what I thought to be true. The old man was violently shaking my brother, but as I watched, I swear I saw something tugging back on his jacket, pulling him towards the couch. Later, I attributed what I saw to an overstimulation of my mind during an event like that, because it was honestly too much to process as real. It's also easier to believe in an imagination being maxed out, rather than the thought of something really pulling back on my brother that night. These incidents occurred when my boyfriend and I lived in Dixon, California, a few years ago. The house wasn't very old, but given that the town is home to the oldest running fair on the West Coast, we weren't in the newest part of town either. As far as I know, no one died in this house either. Our first week in the house, I was using the bathroom while my boyfriend and our roommate were in the garage. It was about 3 or 4 p.m. I got a weird feeling, so I tried to hurry the fuck up. I just felt panicked, but assumed it was a panic attack, which I had a diagnosis for. I went out the bathroom and turned left to go to the garage. I almost ran smack into a shadowy figure of a woman about my height. Honestly, all I remember was hair and shadow, because before it even registered in my conscious brain, my flight instinct had me running the opposite way and out the front door. I told the guys what happened. They kinda nodded, cracked a few jokes, and then we all continued what we were doing. Fast forward a few months later, I'm home alone, just finished cleaning my room, and was waiting for my boyfriend to come home with dinner. My dogs were both in the room with me, and I had closed the door but left it slightly opened. I heard faint footsteps come from down the hall.
and got the sense that we weren't alone. My dogs also looked at the door. It slowly opened, just a bit more, when the footsteps stopped. It felt more curious than anything. So I stated firmly that this was my room, and if you have kind intentions, then you're more than welcome to hang out with us. But good vibes only. I then patted the end of my bed and went back to my phone. After a minute or so, I felt something sit on my bed. I looked up, smiled, and said good vibes to you as well. It felt very peaceful. I went back to my phone. 10 minutes later, the weight on my bed lifted, and I could feel footsteps across the floor, towards the door. My dogs picked up and ran out the door. I didn't feel weird, so I just said out loud, "Thank you for hanging out and not making it weird." And I went back to my phone. About 5 minutes after that, I hear my front door open, and I hear my boyfriend come inside. He didn't say hello or acknowledge me, which was kind of weird. I walked out, excited to tell him about my ghost experience. As soon as I finished my story, he looked at me funny and goes, "So, that wasn't you in the front window when I got here?" I looked at him funny and told him I'd been in my room the whole time. He told me that he parked and was sending a text to his dad when he looked over and saw what he assumed to be me, since it was definitely a woman, looking through a slightly pulled back curtain. As soon as he looked, the figure let the curtain drop. He thought I was watching him for whatever reason. When he came inside, he fully expected me to be on the couch. But when he saw that I was in my room, he got kind of pissy about it. We both agree that it had to be the ghost. I was the only woman living in the house at the time. Another weird thing about the house was that during the day, while my boyfriend and roommates were at work, I would randomly hear someone washing dishes. Sometimes I would sigh relief and think that my slobbish roommate was finally doing the dishes that he'd let pile up in the sink. When I would later go out and expect to see a clean sink in the kitchen, I would be very confused to see that the dishes had not been touched. Not one. Yet here I had heard clear as day someone doing the dishes in our kitchen. We never had any negative encounters except maybe the semi-scary first time I saw her. I like to think that she was the best roommate we ever had. I definitely felt nothing but peace whenever I would feel a presence in the house after our good vibes conversation. Back when I was 10 years old, I had a strong fever that corrupted my body, and I became very ill. When I get sick, I don't like to sleep in my bed. Instead, I gather my blankets and pillows and fall asleep on the floor. One day, my parents came in to check on me to see whether I was doing good or not. Suddenly, a tall man wearing pure dark clothing, covering his whole body, was walking slowly in the hallway. My bedroom door was open. I couldn't see his hands, his feet, or face, but he looked old by the way of his back and his walk. To me, back then, he was very scary. He didn't make a single noise, nor was I able to hear his footsteps. Our house was very quiet and clean, and I could see everything clearly. He almost looked like he was floating above the ground, but walking at the same time. I was totally shocked. He walked all the way to my parents' room at the end of the hallway. The moment that he was at the front of my parents' bedroom door, I told my parents, who were standing next to me, looking down at me. I told them, "Turn around and look at the strange man entering your room." As they turned their heads, they saw absolutely nothing. And my dad told me, "Relax. It's just the fever that makes you hallucinate and see unreal things. I was like, okay, yeah, you're right, Daddy. I'm just seeing things. As time passed, I almost forgot about that weird incident and didn't care about it at all. But there's still a part of me that believes in the shit that I saw when I was young. Normally, people talk about Skinwalker Ranch like madmen, so I never really believed them until this experience a few years back. My family owns land close to/on the ranch, and one day, me and my cousins decided to explore a bit, but quickly ran back. We thought we'd saw a coyote and that it had started to chase us. Holy shit, we ran, fearing for our lives, not looking behind us. As we were getting ready to sleep, our parents asked us why we upset the Indians. They told us that there was a man not far behind us as we were running. I went outside and saw that where we ran, there were several footsteps that stayed on the same path, same track, same distance. But the pattern was different. It changed. There was one set that changed from paws to duck feet, then human. Then it looked like frog feet, but bigger. And it looked like it was on all fours, and then human feet again. We stayed there 2 more nights, and by mine and 2 of our cousins' rooms, the thing came back. At least that's what I told myself. Everyone thought that it was something different. Late into the night, I heard scratching outside my room. I was the only one awake, so I looked out the window to meet a pair of pure baby blue eyes. I woke up my cousins and told them, and we decided, since there was no way I was going to sleep, we would just play video games until dawn. In the morning, I packed my stuff and sat in the car. As we were driving off, we saw some big, at least 2-foot scratches by my window. Never going back there. Never explore the ranch. Never. I used to live in a bad area. It was in the west end of Newcastle. At the time, it was so bad that it was actually safer for my friends and I to walk to town rather than go up and get the bus, as gangs would hang out around that area and cause trouble. So this was early one winter day, about 7 a.m. It had been lightly snowing and it was about -8 degrees, a particularly cold spell at the end of the 1990s. On this day, we had heard that the river Tyne had frozen, and this was an unusual sight, so we decided to walk to town along the river to avoid the bus stop. There was snow falling, so we were having fun and walking down to the riverside path, enjoying our morning walk, throwing snowballs at each other, and sliding around on ice which had formed on the path. Once we reached the river, it was indeed frozen, and we walked along the side. We were the only people there, and there was not another person in sight. Now, the river had jetties, which were big wooden pier-like structures, and they went out into the river and were now mostly used by fishermen. As we approached one of these, we made a joke about trying to walk on the river ice and how we would probably end up stuck, needing help. At this point, I saw a man under one of the jetties, apparently bending over, looking for something. So I said, we'd end up stuck down there, like him. Then we looked, and looked closer. This man was not moving. Being young, we just assumed that it was a washed-up mannequin from some stag night which had ended up in the river. But there was something about the situation which was just strange. It was very difficult to get down to where it was. and neither of us wanted to get closer. The skin on it was pure white, and it was wearing what looked like black clothing. We could not see the face, just the body, bent over a beam supporting the jetty. Being the 1990s, neither of us could afford phones, so we were just not really sure what to do. I wanted to phone my mom and get her to come down, so we remembered there was a phone box a little further back, and I volunteered to run back and make the call. On arriving at the call box and calling home, my mother instantly thought that we were trying to get a lift into town, and she refused to come. That was when I used my very serious voice, and she seemed to understand that this was real and that it wasn't just us trying to avoid the snow. I ran back to the jetty, and another man had arrived, who was also concerned that it might be a dead body. None of us wanted to get very close to it. He had a phone and called the police, requesting river police, who by a handy coincidence were already in the area using their boat to break the ice on the river. They arrived at about the same time as my mother. She drove a huge old 1980s Ford Garanda and pulled up alongside us on the river path. She instantly insisted it was just a mannequin, and then said she would take us to town and that we should leave. We were then somehow convinced that she was right, and were a bit embarrassed about thinking it had been a dead body. The man who called the police also decided to leave and continued his walk. Just as we got in the car, we saw the river police boat approaching in the distance and decided we should at least explain to them our mistake, so we waited for them to arrive. They pulled up to the jetty, and one of them climbed up the ladder and came to see us. We explained. He laughed and said it was okay, and that they would remove it, and it was no problem. So we pointed to the mannequin. And as he looked over, he instantly became super serious upon seeing it, got on his radio, and summoned the local police and the fire brigade to attend. Suddenly, police appeared from everywhere, and we were taken to one side and interviewed about the situation. At this point, we knew that it must actually be a dead body. The firemen arrived and used inflatable sheets to reach the body. The policeman told us that we could stay and watch, but that it was not like you see on TV shows, and we should consider leaving. When we decided to stay, the officer stood with us and explained what was going to happen. This is where it escalated fast. The firemen approached the body, and two of them got a hold of it, but it was frozen solid to the wooden beam. We thought that they would just gently ease it off, but that isn't what happened. Two more firemen went down, and they all pulled at it as hard as they could. There was a huge noise, like a branch snapping, and the body broke in half. Crabs suddenly emerged from inside of it, falling into the mud below, and the policeman casually said, "That's the sound of them snapping his spine." Then, they threw the top half of the body into a body bag and started working on the lower half. Another huge snap. That was the sound of them breaking his legs. More crabs and river creatures burst out. They then dragged the two parts of the body up the path. They then lined up 3 rookie police recruits right in front of the bags. They made us walk quite far away, and then they opened the bags to show the new recruits what it looked like. What I saw was something from a horror movie. His face had crabs emerging from the eye sockets, and his lips had been totally eaten away. The body was totally bright white, and the hair was gone. One of the policemen threw up. The policeman took our details and asked if we were okay. We were. It all happened so fast, there was no time to process it at all. We were later contacted by a reporter who told us the man's name was Jimmy, and that he'd been due in court on some serious criminal charges, and that the police believed he had jumped into the river rather than face a long time in prison. It actually made front page of the local paper. I still walk along the same path quite often all these years later, and I always stop for a while where we found the body. I've never seen anything like that ever since, but it was certainly an event which made us no longer feel like children, but rather adults realizing what the world is really like. This happened a little over 3 years ago. I still don't have an explanation of what exactly happened to me, but I've got this story. I kept waking up in the forest. That was the first strange thing I noticed happening to me. I'd fall asleep normally, just in my bed or on the couch, but multiple times over a 3-week period, I would wake up right behind my property line in the forest. Then, despite my efforts, it turned into every night. When this first started happening, my mind went to sleepwalking. It wasn't something I'd ever had, but I'd heard about it and I'd seen it shown as a real thing. I started Googling things like crazy, starting with that. After probably hours of clicking around, I felt sort of stuck. I mean, everything I found literally ended with something like consult a physician or see a doctor. I'm out in Live Oak County in Three Rivers, Texas, and I'm sure that you don't know where that is because it's rural. It's so rural that we don't have a hospital and we don't have physicians. Our fire department is made up of volunteers. Not to mention, I work for myself, and all that means is I don't have health insurance. Even just 3 years ago, things were harder when it came to getting regular types of care like that. Anyways, since it had only happened a couple of times, I tried to let it go. I closed and locked all the doors. Again, I'd fall asleep with no problems until I found myself waking up in the forest. Weeks into this, my situation hadn't changed. It actually seemed to be escalating. I was now waking up in the forest with bruises and cuts. They were in all places, not just places that you'd expect to bump in the night. Places like my inner arms, my inner thighs. I still wasn't going to be able to get to a doctor. So, instead, I went to the local drugstore, and I picked up some sleeping medication. Nothing serious, just some sleepy tea, some melatonin, and then NyQuil. But same problems presented themselves. And new problems, too. Now, I had dark bags under my eyes, and they were becoming more noticeable. Even the drugstore pharmacist noticed and recommended Tylenol PM. I was bruised, I looked awful, but when I was home, I felt pretty great. And then for about 2 weeks straight, I started having and remembering the same dream, just before waking up in the forest. The dream always started out by being blindly bright, and then my eyes would adjust, and I'd come to the realization that I was surrounded by fire. Oddly, I wasn't scared, but it felt like I was in a sauna. I could feel myself sweating. I would just look around and see nothing but flames, and just as I would start to feel like the flames were burning my flesh, I would wake up in the forest, sweating. But now, I actually was scared. And that's what I noticed. Once the dreams started, the fear did too. I stopped taking any sort of sleeping agent, thinking that that had to be my problem. I don't drink, I don't smoke nothing, so I knew that it couldn't be anything like that. Nothing helped to take the fear away, though, because the dream itself was damn near terrifying and happening nightly. Eventually, I noticed I wasn't eating. And I mean, I noticed it in that way. I was buying food and not eating it, just throwing it away, or I'd be putting it in the compost. Just drinking coffee and drinking water. It's like I had no appetite and I forgot to care. I remember joining a forum early on for sleepwalkers when this all started. And by this point, even the people on there started to tell me the same things that everything else online did. Go see a damn doctor already. I at least made some calls, but it was hard enough to get a hold of someone who would take me without insurance at the time. So I waited. It had already been several weeks of bruises, cuts, and now 2 weeks of the most realistic nightmares. I look terrible. My reflection, it kind of frightens me. But still, when I'm home, I feel pretty great. I honestly cannot explain it. It's hard to explain what happened next, too, because I only recall parts of the days leading up to it. It's times like this I wish I had been with someone. Along with not eating, I was also aware that my mail was piling up. It was as though I knew it was there and that I needed to do something with it. But then another part of me was really trying to forget about daily tasks like that. Had I even showered? Anytime I had that thought, I showered, but it's like I couldn't remember the last time I had. One night, I got on the Sleepwalkers forum, but I was shocked to see that my whole account had been disabled. I couldn't figure out what happened, and when I looked in my email, I saw that I received a message from the website saying that they removed my posts. I was no longer able to use the website either. The craziest part was that they said that I had violated their policies with the obscenities I had written on the website. I had never even so much as put a curse word on there. They wouldn't advise me of what I wrote, but they did believe me that my account must have been hacked or something. As I explained, I really needed that website. It was the only thing I had out here. Eventually, I got onto the website with a new username. I joined the forum, and I saw familiar names. I put out a statement that I was sorry if I'd said something that offended someone. I explained that I hadn't written anything, that I wasn't even sure what it was that I wrote. I received immediate responses, people asking if I was okay, that they thought I might have died, or that I was going to hurt myself. I was so confused, but most of them said they couldn't write what I had said, as they were afraid that they would get banned too. There was one user that asked me for my personal email, saying that they could tell me some of the things that I said and that they had some recommendations for me. I just put my email right into the website. I had nothing to hide, and anyone who could help me at this point was a friend in my eyes. I didn't get an email that night, but I did have that same dream. Except this time, it ended much differently. This time, when I woke up, I could see the fire still. But it wasn't burning me. It was burning the left side of my house. It was burning inside my bedroom. I was completely disheveled. I immediately ran to my truck to grab a fire extinguisher. I knew that I was screwed. There was no way my little extinguisher was going to put this out. I tried anyways, as I thought about what to do next. I did have a phone inside. Likely my cell phone was toast, but my home phone was clear on the other end of the house. I ran and rang the police, asking them to send the fire department, that my house was on fire and I had to evacuate. Within a few minutes, someone had shown up. It wasn't the fire department. It was my closest neighbors. They said they saw the smoke billowing from their farm about a mile down the road. They'd brought tools to help put the fire out, so all three of us got to work until the fire department showed up. By the time they showed up, we had contained the fire, but we hadn't put it out entirely. Soon, the police showed up, and they wanted to talk to me, of course, asking me exactly what had happened. I told them the best I could what I experienced, what I had been experiencing. The officer looked at me and said, "Are you telling me that you started this fire?" That wasn't what I was trying to say, but I guess there was no other explanation. The way he was looking at me, it made me uneasy. But then I thought about what I actually looked like, and it all made sense. The officers in the fire department asked if I wouldn't mind taking a ride to the closest hospital to get checked out. I basically jumped in the back of the car. I was desperate to get to see someone. And so before I would get myself a doctor's appointment, I would end up at a hospital by way of emergency transport. They kept me overnight for tests and observations, which was the first night in a while that I'd actually slept a real night's sleep. No dreams, no fires, and I didn't wake up outside. But by day 2, I was being sent home. $2,800 later, and they still didn't find anything wrong with me. They couldn't find a source for the fire either. The cause was left as undetermined, which I'll tell you in hindsight actually worked in my favor when it came to insurance. I was terrified I was going to not only face criminal charges for the fire, but also be out of a home. So when I was released from the hospital, I wasn't staying in the home itself. I was renting a trailer that I had parked down the road, and I'd bring it over to the house while I started construction. I had stayed at the property the night I was released with the trailer, and though I didn't wake up outside, I didn't sleep either. I was too spooked. It would be almost 3 weeks before I would get onto a computer again. When I eventually did, the first thing I did was check my email. I'd received a message, and it was from the same individual who said that they would send me a message the night of the fire. It had come through the next morning, and it read, "Dear Ed, some of your comments concerned users because of their vulgarity. Many of the statements used were out of character for you. They focused around hatred for things like God and prayer, even when there was no mention of them. Your statement of, 'I will burn every motherfucker to the ground,' starting with this motherfucker, was incredibly hostile and ominous. But it was your comments to others that likely got you banned. Attacking random posters with language like, 'fucking cunt,' and 'your blood is weak, just like your mind. You'll die in fear.' And of course, mentions of slaughtering things, including people and children. So, like I said, people were concerned, as it was very out of character. However, I was concerned for other reasons too. I just wanted to reach out apart from the forum, because what I'm about to suggest isn't for everyone, but I think it could apply to your particular situation. Have you considered the possibility that some sort of infestation or manifestation is taking place with you or your home? I ask that you think about the time leading up to your sleepwalking and ask, aside from the dreams you experienced after you started sleepwalking and ending up outside, had you had any other strange dreams? Dreams where you thought you were interacting with a loved one, someone you trusted? And also, do you practice any sort of religion? Honestly, I think that while you wait for a doctor's appointment, it would be a great idea to consult your local priest. I know you don't know me, and you have no reason to heed my advice, but I strongly insist that in the meantime, you find some sort of protection before you end up hurting yourself or someone else. I've attached a couple of links that you may or may not find helpful. I truly wish you the best, and if it's any consolation, I do believe you when you say you didn't write those things, and that's why I'm writing you today. Please take care." Reading that email, I went from totally embarrassed to scared. I sat in front of my laptop, immediately deleted my account from the Sleepwalker forum. I couldn't even believe the things that they'd said I said or that I had said. Either way, I didn't want to go back there. And then I sat in silence inside the trailer next to the house. I turned to look at the house, and I looked through the half-finished bedroom. I looked into the forest behind the house. At some point, I found myself in a trance-like state. I zoned out on nothing, basically. And the next thing I knew, hours had passed. Finally, I blinked my eyes profusely, and I looked away from the house and the forest. I thought about everything that person had said, and everything that I'd been reading when this all started. I was never one to remember dreams much, but I did often dream about my parents. They were both gone and were the only family that I had, so I liked seeing them in dreams from time to time. But now I was reading things about demons trying to reach you in your dreams, disguised as familiar faces like loved ones. That didn't feel right. But I was also reading that this can affect literally anything, this infestation, like cars, homes, inanimate objects, even forests. It wasn't long after that I sold the place. I still live in Three Rivers, but nowhere near the forest. And I personally haven't had any issues with sleeping, dreaming, or fire since. So I'm happy about that. Before I sold the place, I had hired others to finish the construction. And though I'm not religious like that, I had a priest come out to bless the place. But I don't think the problem was the house. I'm willing to bet that it's in the forest behind it. I was adopted, and I knew that from a very young age. I appreciated that my parents never hid anything from me regarding my adoption and birth parents. The only thing they left out were details about my birth father. I only remember them telling me that he was an evil man, and that they would tell me why when I was older. Hearing that he was evil at my young age at the time made me incredibly curious about what made people evil. I was about 6 or 7 when I started the nurture versus nature debate in my head. I remember thinking and wondering for years what he'd done and if it was something that was going to affect me through genetics. I distinctly remember one day coming home from high school. I asked my mom what his real name was. She relented and told me, though not the crimes that he'd committed. When we got home, I ran straight to my computer and Googled his name. I barely got halfway through when the Google search filled in his name, and it was obvious he'd made the news. I began reading articles and news reports related to what he did. Simply put, he'd set a bunch of fires to businesses. He'd killed random large animals, horses and such, and shot strangers on the street with a friend of his for fun, essentially. I read police transcripts of him talking about his crimes and how he seemed to get a thrill out of killing unsuspecting people on the streets because he had the control. He could see them, but they couldn't see that their life was about to end. There were a few years that I went back and forth on his case, reading more and more about it, even to the point of coming upon a news report of a victim of his who was shot and survived, but died about 10 years later. I remember wanting to reach out to the family, but what would I say? That I was related to the man that shot him and led to the complications that ultimately killed him? I'd never even met my birth father, so what help could I be? I found his prison ID and came to a confusing dilemma. Do I send him a letter? If so, do I tell him who I was and that I was aware of what he did? Do I leave it alone? Every time I'd think about it, I come to the same conclusion, that it wasn't a good idea. I'd love a reason as to why he did it, but I don't think I'll ever get a satisfying enough answer. I have actually reached out to my birth mother, though. We've never talked about what my birth father did, but I've thanked her for putting me up for adoption, as I've had an incredible life because of it. I was the youngest of 3 daughters she'd had, one with the same father and one without. I was the only one adopted, and that's something I'll always wonder about. Why me? Why was I the one that was given away? Ultimately, I never sent a letter, though I'm still a touch uncertain. I wonder how I'll feel if I hear he died and I never got to say anything to him. But at the same time, would it really matter? I'll never forget the way this story impacted me, and still does to this day. I even have a bit of a sick running joke that my good eye for distance came from my birth father. I wish I could count the hours I spent wondering if I'd turn out like him, wondering if there was something that triggered him into doing what he did that would trigger me as well. But for anyone else potentially wondering, no, I don't think I'll turn into a serial killer. My birth father was a disgusting man. I was raised by attorneys and shown the dark side of humanity from a young age, and I know how it can ruin lives. I'll never become what he was, but of course I worried about that when I was a 7-year-old. What else could I do? But I know that I'm a good person, and I live a good life, and he's in prison for the rest of his. Several years ago, when I had just turned 16, my younger sister and I, who was 13 at the time, decided one evening that we would go get ice cream, since I could now drive us. We lived in a rural area, so in order to get to the Dairy Queen, we had to drive about 20 minutes. There were several ways to get there, but I chose the more secluded route that went through the country roads because it was quicker. I ended up regretting that because it was dark out and foggy and generally creepy. It was not well lit because of it being a rural road with hardly any streetlights. Well, I end up hitting a deer because it's very common in the area that I live in for deer to be out and about and to run right out in front of you. On top of the fog, I just didn't see it. It had also just rained a lot, so the sides of the road were very muddy. I pulled over, very shaken up, of course, and end up getting stuck in the mud on the side of the road. Now, remember, this is a secluded road with hardly any streetlights and just a few houses spread apart. I called my parents so that they could come and get us, but of course, it would be about 15 minutes or so until they would arrive. I had my flashers on, and we see a pair of headlights pull up behind us. I knew that it couldn't be our parents because it was too soon. Suddenly, on the driver's side door appears this older man smoking a cigarette and knocking on my window. I couldn't see his face entirely due to the darkness, but even so, I immediately got a creepy vibe from him. But I didn't think it was bad enough to straight up try to ignore the guy. I roll the window down just a crack, and he asks if we were okay and if we need help. At first, I thought it was okay because he didn't seem too creepy. But after we said that we were waiting for our parents to come, he got more anxious. He kept trying to hurry and get us to get out of the car and to go wait in his car, and he became more demanding. Now, we were just 16 and 13 years old, and we didn't have anything to defend ourselves with. I couldn't drive away because my car was too stuck in the mud on the side of the road. So if he tried to drag us out of the car or something, we wouldn't have any way to defend ourselves besides kicking and screaming and hoping that someone would hear it. Suddenly, a light from the porch of the house across the street flicks on, and they come out to see what's going on, since there is a random car in front of their house. This spooks the guy enough, and he takes off in his truck. Finally, our parents get there and the sheriff to make sure everything is okay. But at this point, we were both crying scared because of the accident and the creepy old dude. In hindsight, it could have been nothing, but I'm just glad that I watched enough murder shows and podcasts to know not to get out when someone demands it, and not to get into a random old fellow's truck. Not everyone has that instinct.